You will hear about one of the panels talking about cyber workforce. We also have partners that are working very closely in that space. The third project is tied to the socioeconomic impact. After working, we were not necessarily a humanitarian charitable organization. We are a professional organization, mostly around educating ourselves and sharing that knowledge. But in the last 18 months, what we have seen, I think we, as a group, as a community, we're extremely capable to actually make that socioeconomic impact. One, because cybersecurity has a tremendous potential for growth as an industry. It has direct, contribution to the economy, and there is a tremendous amount of opportunity in cyber capacity and workforce development. Each person that you give an opportunity to bring into cyber, whether they're transitional workers, they're veterans, they're coming into new jobs, they're going to have a durable career. Okay, this is a long-lasting career. You can change not only a person's life but also their entire family and community, and that's what we are behind in terms of getting done. So those three projects: the Gateway project, the project around the Magnolia, which we call about supporting Ukraine, and the Cyber Board Book project, which is Mahogany. These three projects are going to be discussed, and we will share with you what we have done and also get your thoughts. Please give us as much as actionable advice as you can, and not only in the panel but also beyond, because this discussion should not stay in this room. In fact, with the good help and great help with our friend Raj Patel from Armor Code and the Purple Book community, we started a live event that started to pull in people from Auckland early in the morning, and it will go until Hawaii. So we are covering about 12 to 14 hours of programs. This 6 hours that will be here are going to be bookended by a front end that's already happened, 2 hours of programming, and then 3 hours of programming after. So this discussion is not going to stay in this room. We're going to take the inspiration and the motivation and the great ideas that we're going to bring to the table to make us work better and be a better professionals. Okay. So with that, I welcome the first panel. Who better can kick it off than our good friend Daniel Karimi. Daniel has been a great friend for many years now, another brother. He's been a direct part of the web for several years, so he knows the setting and the bigger picture that goes with it. But in the years since, we have discussed about things that we can do together. Some of these panel discussions are going to be bringing out those thoughts. So Daniel, welcome to the stage. Kick off this event, and hopefully we'll take away really great points that you can work on. Thank you, my friend.
My panelists joining me here, please. Thank you very much, Val. We are starting more or less on time. Weather's beautiful. Everybody's here. Yep, please. Everyone. Start the timer so that I know. Thank you so much. Well, I'm very pleased to announce that no matter which of the following three scenarios will play out in the next 30 minutes, the objective of the panel number one have already been met. I do expect that scenario number one will play out, which is this panel will turn out to be truly insightful and inspirational and will set up the tone of discussion for the rest of the day. However, scenario number two is playing out, which the panel is just at least you have a chance to think about what you want to say later today when you're sitting in these chairs. And if the scenario three plays out and the panel is really terrible, which I don't expect, at least we set up our solo that no matter how bad your jet lag is, you will sound brilliantly. However, as I said, I do expect it will be scenario number one. With this, I would like to actually ask panelists to introduce themselves and their company, but to make it a little bit more interesting, let's make it as a real business case. Just imagine everybody in this room has 1 million Swiss francs to invest in your product, in your people, in your team, in your companies. You have to explain to them in 1 minute why, and also do add what are you most looking forward to this week. That's what we'll start with you, perhaps.
Sure. Hear me okay? Yeah. Good morning. It's great to be here. Let me talk a little bit about myself and what excites me about it. I think the main thing is the opportunity to meet all of you. That's probably the biggest draw of coming here. As introduction, I'm Srivatsan. I'm Chief Operating Officer of SentinelOne. I'll give you the 30-second pitch for why SentinelOne in a minute. Prior to that, most of my perspectives here informed by my recent work in cybersecurity. SentinelOne covered networks. Prior to that, I was part of the team that kicked off Google Cloud as a business. And I was at McKinsey a long time where they were involved in a big way in World Economic Forum overall. But where I set up the physical supply chain, so it's relevant for the topics here. SentinelOne, very quickly, it's one of the fastest growing public companies in the market today. We have about 9,000 customers, $500 million in ARR, growing at over 100%, and we hope to maintain it there. Why do customers love us? Because we have a fantastic technology that's probably one of the best in detection and in the endpoints, and then increasingly now into cloud and tying in with identity. We have a single platform that's built for taking all of that threats, analyzing it, combining that threat research, and keeping customers safe. And so I hope to talk a bit more about it, but hopefully, if any of you is not considering SentinelOne for your employees and for your desktops, hopefully this convinces you that other people considering it and making the same decision.
And what is it that you really look forward to this week besides McKinsey party?
I think, actually, I missed those McKinsey parties a bit. No, look, I think the meeting and hearing perspectives from different parts of this panel, different parts of this group around the topics that Val said. Val's been a good friend for a number of years. Some of the topics go beyond our company. They go towards the establishing the foundation of what cybersecurity should look like going forward. And so the discussions, the thought leadership, and the exchange of ideas that this forum provides is probably the most exciting thing for me.
Excellent. Steve.
Great, thanks. Steve Stone, I'm from Rubrik. I run Rubrik Zero Labs, which is our threat research element there at Rubrik. So I'll kind of do the reverse order. For us at Rubrik, we focus on data security. And I think if I had to give the 1-minute spiel, what it really boils down to is we try to really focus on two things. The first is we try to approach data wherever it lives, whether it's on-prem, cloud, SaaS. Very easy to say, very technically hard to do, but we think that's important. Organizations need their data wherever it is, so let's not fight that, let's embrace that, and we focus on that. The second part is we look for core capabilities across that data wherever it lives. We really believe in resiliency, remediation, and observability. We want to be able to really, when you strip those things down, look at functions and features, it's enable organizations to apply their decisions to what they want to do with their own data. And if you don't know where your data is, if you can't see it, if you can't see how it's being used, who is using it, you can't make smart decisions. And if you can't apply those decisions to your environment, you're just really wasting everyone's time. So we really try to focus on those two aspects at Rubrik. My background, pretty atypical for most folks at Rubrik. I started in the U.S. military. I was an Office of Special Investigations agent. For those who aren't familiar with the U.S. side of the house, we're the exact same thing as an FBI agent. Federally credentialed agent. I ran counterterrorism, counterespionage, and ironically, that's how I got into cybersecurity. Based on what I was doing for special operations, I had a number of security clearances, and I ended up being the case agent for 2 of the first 3 nation-state intrusions against the U.S. military. And the reason I became the agent was I was the only guy that could get in the room. I was unqualified, I was untrained and unprepared, but I could walk in the right room. That was it. That was how it began. So here I am years later in Davos, which is pretty crazy to think about. Did some time in the military, did time in the U.S. intelligence community, and then I've been in the private sector between Mandiant, IBM, and Rubrik, where I've really focused on threat response and threat intelligence, and really honestly, the nexus between those two things. I've never been solely in one side of the house. I've been about how do those two sides of the house work together. SentinelOne's a good example. You guys very much embrace that. How do you take the technology, apply the tradecraft, and use those things to feed off each other? So that's my background and why I'm here. The thing I'm looking forward to most this week, I'll make it a little personal. The last time I was in the Alps, I was doing a winter survival school here in the military. So I'm looking forward to being inside in the Alps.
Well, there's a survival camp just outside of this hotel, just in case you miss it. It's true there. They're going to tell you everything about how Arctic is suffering climate change and things like that. They also take you to some survival.
Oh, wow.
Sachin?
First of all, thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you. You said 1 million Swiss francs each or in
Oh,
total?
Mark Cuban is sitting there taking notes.
Okay, great. I was hoping it's each of you. Good morning. My name is Sachin Bansal. I'm the Chief Business Officer of Security Scorecard. We are the credit rating for cybersecurity. We bring the science to the art of security. So science being metrics, KPIs. When you go to the doctor's office, you get a blood report. Every time I go, I get scared and I don't want to read it. Or you go on your scale, you see how much you weigh. I can close my eyes. I don't know about the rest of you. And in security, we've been flying blind until about 10 years ago when we created this space of measuring security from the outside in. And this is my first time at Davos. I don't know if anyone else is also their first time at Davos, but this has been quite the experience so far. And a big thank you to Val, by the way. We want to give him a round of applause for taking on this amazing event. And I'm most looking forward to, in this week at Davos, having deep conversations, particularly on topics that I don't know much about: climate, sustainability, crypto. I'll be the first one to admit things that I don't know about. And I'm sure we're going to learn a ton from everyone here on security. So thank you for having me here.
Really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel, Val. Really excited to be here. I'm Mehta Parlikar also. I am the Chief Technical Officer of the Casper protocol. It is a public layer 1 blockchain protocol purpose-built for the enterprise. And I'm also the co-founder of Casper Labs, which is the company that built the technology that bootstraps that network. And we are now focused on working with large enterprise companies and governments to implement this wonderful technology into their systems, into their products, so that they can bring about the benefits of this technology to the end consumer, to society at large. Our focus really is on the technology itself. We are not a crypto company. We are working really, really hard to, lift up the space, right? And really focus on what the technology can do, because I believe the technology holds great promise. I believe that there's a lot of good that can be done, and we really want to be the company that makes that happen. We believe that the company that can help enterprises implement this technology across many, many verticals is going to be a real juggernaut in the space. So I'm very excited to be here. And what I'm really excited about Davos, we are hosting Promenade 69, so I invite all of you to come out to the Blockchain Hub and hear some of our speakers. There's fantastic content. You can learn about how this technology is being used in the enterprise to shift how digital assets are being treated, the creation of new products, and provenance and tracking, from governments to private companies. So it's really a wealth of education. And we're here, I'm excited to learn about what enterprises are doing and the problems that they're looking to solve, so we can try to apply this technology to that. So very excited to be here. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Now, hold on to your checkbooks just yet. You'll have a chance to ask some questions. But before we do that, let me kick out the actual substantive discussion now with a very simple question. And you can raise hands, you can go. If you don't volunteer, I will nominate someone. But the question is very simple. How screwed are we in 2023 on digital and physical supply chains, really? Yeah, let's go.
So that is obvious. So let me start with why. Look, I think I spend a lot of time in physical supply chains, and this is probably one of the most constrained and challenged that I've seen the physical supply chains. There's a number of reasons for it. The pandemic is one, geopolitical reasons another one. I think the digital part of it, I believe we are in very early stage of really protecting what should constitute supply chain risk. People haven't even thought about how to protect their own companies well, let alone supply chain. And if I look at the parallels of what happens in supply chain in general, a long time ago when supply chains were set up, the digital communication was through fax machines and stuff, and it took a change for them to move to EDI, then to RFID as a standard way to do it. That change took about a decade to get to a point where actually information could flow on what exactly is flowing when and across the suppliers. On the security part of it, I think that step is still in the fax era right now. And the complexity of of the supply chains are enormous. In some cases, we deal, for example, one with something like 200 suppliers across the board. It's very tough to make sure each and every one is secure. The complexity becomes a challenge. The fact that companies haven't protected themselves to the full extent becomes a challenge because now they don't know what to protect and who to protect. And to me, there is a lot of opportunity for groups like this, for providers like us, for companies that are adopting it. We both the provider as well as we look for our own security because we are a security provider ourselves, to really shape this in a way that this becomes secure. I think it's one of the weakest links in the cyber security system, and I think there's a lot of opportunities for everyone to kind of improve it going forward.
Yeah, just to build on that, I'll give you some facts. So 51% of breaches, the breaches that have been reported in the last year were because of third parties. 60% of organizations have at least 1,000 or more vendors. You said that SentinelOne has 200 vendors. Large enterprises have something like 30,000 to 50,000 vendors. So the number of vendors has been exponentially increasing. And then the last fact is that 65% of organizations don't know which of their third parties have access to their most sensitive data.
Brilliant. Steve, how many vendors does DoD have?
Oh, it's countless. Yeah, I think one of the big challenges, yeah, I'm not sure the DoD can give an answer, to be totally honest. So I don't want to speak for the entire DoD, but I will. I'm not sure they can even count it, to be totally honest, just for a range of reasons. And I'll use a very scientific measurement here as I'm sitting next to a security scorecard and say, I think to your question, how bad is it? I think it's a mixed bag, my very scientific answer. I think there's good news and bad news. And I'll speak from my expertise area, which is supply chain compromise. And supply chain is a massive, massive topic. But I think we tend to talk about supply chain compromise, which works well for me because that's the space I'm familiar with. And I think there's really three things that I think show the mixed bag aspect. First is when we talk about supply chain intrusions, they catch the news, and they should. These are technically very impressive breaches. They have far-ranging impacts. And for a range of reasons, they're typically done by more high-end actors who put significant resources into that. So they're ready for those moments. That's the bad news. The good news, though, is once you get past the supply chain aspect, which we always focus on, and again, we should, it's a regular intrusion. If you look at any organization's attack lifecycle, the supply chain piece is just the beginning. Well, now you've got the rest of the intrusion lifecycle you can work with. We're ready for that. We have lots in our organization, any organization. Anyone in this room, your organization is prepared for those types of events. That's the good news. These are not Widowmaker events because we've never dealt with them before. It's a Widowmaker event because the beginning is something we might not have dealt with before. Everything else is a regular event, and we can do that all day long. That's part one. Part two, good news, bad news is supply chain events, especially compromise, always deal with partners. It's literally in the name. The bad news is most organizations are really bad at working with partners, especially in these critical breach moments when everyone wants to pull in. They want to become isolated. Well, you cannot do that in supply chain compromise. Bare minimum, you will be working with yourself and whoever your supply chain partner is that's compromised. I guarantee you at least one government's going to be involved. And I guarantee you a bunch of other clients of your supply chain. Oh, by the way, your clients, because you can't control all these things. So you end up in a very messy partner environment, which organizations typically don't excel in. The bad news. The good news is those organizations have capabilities and resources that are now being brought to bear that you would not have in a more typical standalone intrusion. And I think organizations don't capitalize on that more often than not. And when they do, you can see how well it goes. One of the few supply chain compromises that I can speak about publicly is SolarWinds. I was at Mandy and I led one of our 3 work streams on that. And because it went so public, we get to talk about it, which is great. But I think one of the success stories out of SolarWinds isn't the technical intrusion, it's how well organizations work together. Organizations that were our competitors, we were working hand in hand with. Microsoft spoke very openly about the partnership between Mandy and Microsoft and the governments, plural, to work through those events. How many times do you hear that? That doesn't happen very often. And the last thing I would say with supply chain, again, compromises, and I love your facts analogy, is the bad news is in cyber in particular, we tend to act like we invented everything because we're inventors. Everyone is a founder by and large. But that's also one of our weaknesses. We act like these are problems that have never been found before, never been tackled before. My background in the military was supply chain. You know who understands? We laugh about the DoD. You know who understands supply chain? The DoD. The U.S. military doesn't build anything; it destroys things. It's not a creator. Everything they do is using supply chain, and they're really, really good at it. They have 100 years of lessons learned that we do not. We should pay attention to that. There's a lot of capability and knowledge that we're not bringing to bear because we're using that founder mindset. So I think there's a lot that's good along with the bad.
Now, is the Sachin mentioned about the issue visibility, expertise, and so on. Facts. Is a public blockchain answer to bring it all together, or?
So I don't believe a public blockchain is the answer to solve the supply chain problem. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? The information on a public blockchain is public, and supply chains need that security and privacy. So it's definitely not the solution. However, that being said, private blockchains and using higher and newer forms of encryption to allow for that information and that provenance to go on chain so that, companies like Walmart, right? Like Walmart is mandating top down that you're going to use the Walmart blockchain if you're going to be a supplier in their supply chain, because they want some transparency. They want to be able to trace and track what's happening through their supply chain. So I think supply chains are a really complicated thing to implement with the blockchain. I've always maintained that without ERP integrations in the back end, it's just not going to happen. It needs to come from top down, like Walmart. Say, look, if you want to be a vendor in our system, you need to implement and adopt our solution, and that's the way you play with Walmart, right? And the privacy piece is a really, really big piece, right? And the blockchain itself is not going to solve supply chain security. It has to become part of a bundled solution using IoT, using RFID, using a variety of different devices that are actually on the physical goods to know that they are secured while they're in transport. Right? It's just a piece of the puzzle, because you can still have those security challenges along the chain that are like goods in transit, right? Without some kind of security on the box itself that's writing to the chain, so you know if it's been compromised, it's not going to work.
I want to build on that a bit. Look, if you look at supply chain, and also one of the things that you mentioned, if you look at supply chain risk, that term is poorly defined. We kind of wake up to it because some exploit somewhere was a supply chain risk, and then everybody gets congregated around it. The way we think about it is in three aspects at least, and those are not the only three, but at least three aspects. So one is the physical supply chain, which is around, did the goods that you get, are they trustworthy for you to use inside your environment? And that could be stuff that you get or whatever it is. The second aspect of it, which many of us in the room, I know, think about, worry about a lot, is intrusions in the software that you develop, or the software that you use from third parties. And that there's a number of techniques to look at. Do you have all the vulnerabilities covered? And we, for example, look at it at runtime and say, is it running the way it's supposed to run when you're executing something on the cloud, etc. There's a third aspect, which I think is the most problematic, and I come back to in this day and age when there are state actors involved, the people aspect of the supply chain becomes very important. There are contractors that work in many companies. We don't consider that as part of supply chain, but they would be working for a partner, they would be working for a supplier, but they have access to your information. And there are very sophisticated attempts where people actors invest a lot in cultivating people that will go and then become. So now the dimensions you need to think about become much broader, because now you need to think about, am I recruiting the trustworthy person? Is there enough background credentials to say that the person I'm recruiting is indeed the person that is trusted across the organization and over a multi-year period? So I think the reason I think we are at the early stage of it is also the understanding of where the threats come from. I think is in infancy right now, and as the good news is, if there is an exploit, the industry does come together in a big way. But it only happens, after it happens. And I think a lot more of collaboration up front in terms of thinking through this list and systematically sharing the information will go a long way. And clearly, Walmart in retail has the power to mandate a whole bunch of suppliers to do things. Not all industries are meant that way. but for the bigger players to start to exert some influence into what level of risk they are able to tolerate from all the people they do business with, I think will become the way of life, just like it has in the physical supply chain, where people can't work with faxes anymore. So
Wait, when you mentioned, you said collaborating, right? You're making the point about Walmart from the top down. So one of the evolutions that you're seeing now in terms of supply chain risk management is moving. There is, yes, large enterprise companies having mandates for their supply chain on certain, maybe a supply chain score that they're supposed to have, or certain assessments they're supposed to do, certain requirements. But there is a collaboration as well that is starting to happen. So it's more of a collaborative workflow between the company and its supply chain. And then there's even some companies that are going even further. Toyota, for example, last year said publicly that they are actually funding some of their largest and key suppliers to have the right security controls. And they're doing it legally. I don't know how they figured out how to do it legally, but that's also happening as well.
Now, I want to pick up on something Steve said earlier. Two components of a typical attack: human stupidity and nation strategies. What are you most worried about?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick a third answer. But the thing that I'm most concerned about isn't threat actors, and it's not people, although there are whole conferences on both those problems. What I see as the biggest challenge is organizations don't understand how they actually do what they do. And I'll use some rubric examples that like James and I have had to work through. And I don't want to make this a rubric pitch, but like our technology can move data at a very high rate. We put a lot of effort in making that speed work. I have yet to see an organization operate at that technical speed because they don't typically understand before they need to do that. They're in that crisis scenario. They don't understand what they need to do. They don't understand their process. They don't understand that person uses this data and it's over there. And that's actually where the problems come in. There's confusion there, there's gray area there, and often those are very solvable problems, but they have to be solved. They just tend to not increase your top line, they don't help your bottom line, and oh, by the way, they're really complicated. Every organization I've worked with in a range of places is really not great at that. And it's not because they don't want to be, it's hard, it's tough. You got to figure out your people challenge, to your point. You've got to figure out your technology challenge. You got to figure out your asset management. And I'll put on my old incident responder hat. I have never, and never is a dangerous word, I have never seen an organization that actually understands all their assets. I have yet to find that organization. Some are really good, most are really bad, none are perfect. Well, now think about the supply chain and all those levels. That's what I think should be concerning, because it's not that those can't be solved, it's that those aren't solved. We have not yet figured all those things out, and that's how you move very, very quickly. There's high return on investment in that space, and we have yet to really capitalize on that. And that's the most concerning aspect.
And you mentioned you'll be hosting a number of sessions later this week. One of the sessions, if I'm not mistaken, which I'm looking forward to, is futurists. You're going to bring a number of futurists together right on Friday. So if you had that crystal ball, where do we go from here?
Well, first, I think it's going to take a long time. I think people, at least in the space that I operate in, are notoriously impatient. I think we're looking at 10, 15 years, but I do believe that change is coming. I believe it'll take time. ERP systems do not get upgraded once in a decade. So I feel like as we start seeing more technology solutions being offered, we integrate the blockchain into existing systems, we will start seeing that uplift happen, right? But it's going to take some time. So I'm very optimistic about the future, but I think it's a long road ahead of us.
Great. Now you can get your checkbooks out, but before you write that check, you can actually ask a question, a clarifying question, and anything that has been said or has not been said. It's a very often discussion. Anyone?
I got a question. Hey, Jonathan Trolls, CFF for Wallace. How do we I'll give you a little bit of my view. Like third-party risk management, I feel like has been a general failure in the industry, right? Like I can't tell you how many like ISO reports I fill out, SOC 2 audits, special questionnaires. Everyone is asking for something different. Now with supply chain security, you know, I have people asking for an SBOM, software bill of materials. I have people who want to come in and audit and have access to my source code. I guess how do we get our arms around it so it doesn't just become this huge paper exercise without a lot of value? I guess downstream. I mean, I'm just thinking through being on the receiving end of this, like, you know, how do we do this just so that it's not this huge bureaucratic like paper exercise to secure our supply chain?
I think Sachin is jumping to answer this question.
Well, it's just what you said just really resonates because it's something that I spend a lot of time talking to chief information security officers of CISOs like yourself every day. And so I get excited by what you just asked. And the quick answer that came to my mind is measuring and automation. So the risk assessments, pen tests, Excel, you know, endless Excel questionnaires are good hygienic measures, but how do you bring automation? How do you have something that's quantifiable, objective, updated on a continuous basis? You can't improve what you can't measure. So that's that's something that have our technology security ratings. There's other providers out there as well, but it's not a silver bullet, but we think it's a really powerful way to visualize your entire supply chain and then have that view provided to your board and your other key stakeholders as well.
I would say from a compliance perspective, blockchain is absolutely the solution you want to use and integrate into your systems, right? Because it's all about establishing trust. So why are you doing these things? Well, you know, the auditor's coming in and checking everything because they don't trust you, right? And when you can say, look, this is an immutable blockchain here, an immutable record of everything that's been done in this area, and I can demonstrate that it's an immutable record. Not only is it you know, makes life a lot simpler for the auditor, right? Because they're not having to double, triple, quadruple check it in a variety of different ways. You can provide them an interface very simply and say, look, here's all of our records, fully transparent. You can see them, they're immutable, they're recorded on a blockchain. And it also really helps, you know, even before you get to the audit, flesh out areas that of concern that you may not even be aware of, right? It'll give you visibility because you'll see those processes really being logged in that workflow, right? Blockchains are really interesting in that they give you a timestamp record of a historical log of events, right? That's what they're really good at. And they provide excellent copy protection as well. They can help streamline and centralize your APIs and build standards inside your organization. So they can be a great forcing function for that, right? In addition to giving you some redundancy around the data that's stored on the blockchain as well.
Did you guys want to come in or you're doing?
No, I have a follow-up question on that, like supply chain and blockchain itself is a software, how do you secure that?
Yeah, so definitely blockchain technology from a security perspective, you know, if you use the same code base that is being used in a public protocol, those public protocols are battle tested, right? Because there's a lot of money a lot of value that's locked in those public protocols, some of them billions of dollars. So if you're using those code bases, you know that they have been, you know, the smart contract technology is a separate matter. You would need to definitely audit those or use something that's off the shelf that has been battle tested in a public network, but those things are under attack constantly, right? Like Casper protocol as an example has been live for 18 months and it's been, you know, it's been under attack multiple times. And so those protocols have gone through multiple layers of audit. They've been, you know, attacked with DDoS attacks. People are trying to extract value, threat actors, bad actors. So, you know, the software has a lot of robustness in it already. And then what you build on top of that, of course, you have to get that audited and tested and make sure that that's all solid. No question.
So, okay, I was just about to be worried because I was saying that this side of the room is leading 2-0, but there are two questions here. Why don't we both ask two questions and then the panel will answer, please.
So first of all, thank you for sharing the valuable insights. You know, I mean, as an audience, as a consumer of all those things, and having to deal with, we concur with all the points you make. My question is around how much is the disconnect and the lack of integration with the business? Because we can talk about technology all day long. In my world, I always see technology the easiest part of the solution. The hardest part, I'm going to go beyond the people, is the lack of integration with business. So third-party risk management. Define third-party risk management. Do you really understand this supply? Do your business understand the risk of that? How often do you really run into that challenge where business doesn't really care or understand, or the people don't even make attempt to really have each other understand? Because once you do that, probably you can have a better success applying those technologies or solutions. Many times you have solutions, but you're not able to apply your data. You can move the data as key, but your business will not let you move because they don't understand. You can apply blockchain. I can tell you why this community doesn't apply. They're probably very smart people. How many of you use blockchain today? How much of it's in existence? We know that. Some people claim like crypto. That's what we're having a discussion, right? Crypto is there, but we don't understand crypto. So where is that lack? Why is the lack of integration? More importantly, you're supporting business. Why is the lack of integration with the business still a problem?
Before you jump in, let's collect the second question.
It's a bit related, but first of all, thank you folks for your great insights. Really appreciate it. Related question. You talked about adopting blockchain from a software security perspective, right? Addressing third-party risk. The adoption itself, and it relates back to how do you bring the business into it. But there's a lot of resistance from CEOs, chief product officers, to make that massive pivot of where they're today struggling with managing regular security SDLC, now incorporating blockchain, and then bringing in the business to adopt and accept what the repercussions of that massive shift in the technology and the business strategy shift, right? How do you reconcile this? Or can you?
Well, they'll tell you everything. Take notes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Step 1 through 5, here's what it is. No, look, I concur with the problem. I think there's a different root cause though, and I just want to kind of add to it. I think the challenge for cybersecurity overall, I was having a discussion in the past with a couple of folks that I work with, is, and it's good in the context of the World Economic Forum, the economic value for cybersecurity overall, let alone supply chain security, is not very well understood. And I take it from the perspective of having advised CEOs on running the businesses and now being on the provider side and providing this stuff. And the reason for that is it's something that you say, look, if it hits you, it's going to be a bad event and there's going to be a lot of loss. And that could range from million to hundreds of millions in reputation of a brand, etc. On the other hand, if you use all the tools, it doesn't completely eliminate the threat. That's a tough concept for businesses together. And I think we can do a lot of better job of communicating what it is. I think that's one challenge of why the business doesn't quite connect on all the things and everything becomes a trade-off. The second aspect is change management. The reason it took 10 years for Walmart, with Walmart putting all its weight behind the physical supply chain transformation, was because change is tough for everyone. It's something incremental to what they are doing. In this case, even if somebody thinks it's the right thing to upgrade to the latest version of what we provide because it prevents against the latest and greatest breach, they still have to think about how much effort it will take to roll that out across the organization. So it becomes a trade-off between security CISOs wanting to do that very quickly and broader CIOs and broader people in the organization saying, look, we can only absorb so much change. So somewhere there needs to be a good trade-off for those. And I think, again, we haven't done a very good job of explaining that connection as much as it should be.
Well, and Vats, you were talking about the cost of breach. The average cost of a breach is 9.44 million. And to make this a business problem, it has to be discussed at the board level. Like when you go to the board, it's not just, oh, how secure am I? No, how secure is my supply chain? And can you quantify that risk, that cyber risk for the board?
Ned, then Steve.
I actually like to frame it this way. You think about why in cities and counties, the police force is always underfunded Because if they do their job perfectly, nothing goes wrong. And there's no perceived value with everything going okay, right? And so because you're talking about risk instead of, and when you're talking about risk, there's no ROI that's apparent, right? Because you're just deferring and reducing risk. It's not as clear as like, oh, we may increase sales by 20%. When you talk about that to the C-suite and the board, they understand the ROI right away. But again, just like investing in your police force, if they do their job in an exemplary manner, nothing goes wrong. But where's the value proposition isn't apparent, right? So it's a very hard sell. And then, yeah, they obviously inertia, and it's very hard to change management in an organization. It's very, very difficult because the business has its own inertia, its own energy, and it just kind of is the cycle, right? And trying to change those patterns of the way they've always been doing things. It's very, very slow to adopt.
Yeah, so I'll take a swing at answering both questions. And I think probably my hot take today is going to be, I think the problem is pretty straightforward, relating with people. I think it's that base of an issue. And what I mean by that is, and I'll kind of start with the business piece, we tend to segment out our expectations because that's easy. You're a business person or you're a tech person, and that's just got to stop. I'll use myself as an example. I grew up in the private sector in the threat intelligence space. The closer you are to clients, the less credible you are. Huge problem, massive problem. The closer you are to the sales pros, the more you're viewed as not credible by everybody at what you do. That's ridiculous. Because what I've learned as I've gotten more mature in my career is you can actually change far more. You can be more impactful when you're working with the business side, when you're making those decisions, and vice versa. We talk a lot about business expectations of those leaders. You got to go far and wide till you say, hey, you're a credible business person. How much do you know about tech? We don't ask those people those questions. We're just as bad both directions. And I think to the same question you have is, why are we slow to adopt these things? Because we're not having the right conversations with everybody in the room. And I'm not trying to say everyone should be the exact same. That's the wrong answer. But it should be like, my job is 90-10 this, your job is 10-90 that, you're 70-30. And now we can start having conversations and do rapid adoption. And I think until we get to that point, we're just going to keep struggling with the same hurdles over and over again. And I don't want to be overly simplistic, but I think it's that simple. I really do. It doesn't mean it's easy. But I mean, we talk about board challenges, and I spend a lot of my day engaging with boards. I'm typically the person that shows up and like ruins the board's day. That's kind of my stock and trade. I'm the bad news person. So when you show up and you're starting the worst day ever for a board, you then have to learn to get them back into what are they good at. Well, why am I teaching somebody else's board that? I shouldn't have to do that. They should, if they're going to be a more credible board, they already know how to do that. That's a strong board that can deal with technology issues. You cannot convince me there's a business that's not run on technology today. So why are business people not smart on tech? And why are tech people so bad at business? And I'm not the first person to say that.
So I wish we could continue this whole day. I encourage you to grab them later during coffee breaks and so on. Val is about to tackle me. So I have to cut this panel short, unfortunately. But I do want to leave you with the thought that in 10, 20 years, when our digital and physical supply chains are perfectly secure, boards are happy, it's never a bad day. I want you to look back at 11 a.m. on 17th of January, 2023. It's all started here. Just remember this historic moment. Yes. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Well, that was a fantastic panel. Didn't just kick off the day. If you look at the agenda, it's pretty much started off with questions already. So thank you so much for your contribution and the thought and the action items that we'll take from here. It actually concluded the board comment, which I believe will be addressed when we put Maya and Michael and all others on the stage and a little bit after this, and also talk about the board book. So the next panel is something that's very close to my heart personally, and of course, to CFF's mission around the cybersecurity workforce development. This is where we have committed ourselves in the past 6 years or so, when we started the Global Commission for Cybersecurity Education. I wish our other friend Diana Gurley, she could be here. She was the one who championed this for 2-3 years until we started the Cyber Workforce Development Program, which is finally the cyber workforce with the dual cybersecurity program. So, apprenticeship is such a big topic that we all kind of think about, but it's very hard to do when you get into, because the employers typically think from internship directly into employment, right, full-time employment, and we don't really take advantage of this. But this topic and a few others are going to be discussed by Amit, so I'm not going to spill the beans here. But Amit, why don't you come up and get the other panelists come up and let's talk about cyber workforce and capacity building. Thank you so much. It's at the bottom, right, at the stem of the mic. The 0 and what appears to be 1.
All right. Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Amit Kamble. I am the America's lead for Inspira Enterprise. We're a cybersecurity professional services firm. Really happy to be here today. And Val, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a super interesting, exciting topic, personally for me as well, and I'm sure for all my panelists today. We'll talk a lot about workforce development, what does the workforce of the future look like. And it's a very tough topic too, right? Because there's a lot happening in this space, and we want to make sure that we are ready for the future. And that starts with how we all come together, collaborate, and look at what we can do to influence the future. But before we get started, I know you all had a 40-minute panel discussion before this. So can I ask everybody to stand up if you are able to stand up for stand up, just, there you go. A lot of you are on your phones. I want to make sure I get everybody's attention for this one, right? Take maybe 3 deep breaths, right? So, 1.
Should we do jumping jacks?
No need. This is not a workout class, right? There you go. Do we have 3? 1, 3, 2. I'm not hearing anybody breathe today. 3. There you go. Do your favorite stretch. Just stretch. All right, perfect. Gradually sit down. Gradually. There you go. All right. Okay, very good. Now I have everyone's attention for this this panel discussion. So I'm going to start with a quick introduction, and then I'm going to take my seat here. So on the panel today, we have an amazing group of panelists. They come from different backgrounds, right? And the important part of this is we want to hear different perspectives today. It's not about I'm just an employer and I need cybersecurity professionals on my team, or I'm a consulting guy and I need people to work on my project. It's not about that. It's about perspectives. And so we have Raj Patil here from Armor Good. We have Gurvinder Ahluwalia from Digital Twin Labs. We have Gordon Pelosi from CompTIA, and we have Dan Victor from TribeDX, right? So with that, let's get started with today's discussion. And what I'm going to ask the panelists here to do as we start today's discussion is maybe start with a little bit more introduction, right? And also talk about what does this topic really mean for you, right? How, from your lens, what does this topic mean, right? So maybe Dan, we can start with you.
Sure, thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Val. What you're doing is incredible and very, very important. Really solving one of the biggest threats the world is facing. So my name is Dan Victor. I'm the co-founder, CEO, and exec chair of ThriveDX. We started ThriveDX over 15 years ago in Israel, bringing very comprehensive training to people with no computer backgrounds, training them and placing them in jobs. Today, we work in 6 continents, over 50 education institutions, solving what we think is the biggest threat in cybersecurity, the lack of cybersecurity talent. And we're building the largest cybersecurity and cyber safety talent and training development company. And we do that in 3 main paths. 1, we collaborate with top-tier institutions, bringing very comprehensive training to people from different economic backgrounds, training them and placing them in these very sustainable, important jobs. Second path is we have an end-to-end cyber SaaS training platform for corporations, really bringing all their training needs in cybersecurity and cyber safety as a one-stop shop. The third path, which I think is the biggest growing and needed sector, is supplying enterprise and government with the sustainable, predictable cybersecurity talent pipeline. That said, I think this topic is both the highest purpose and really dealing with the biggest threat, I think, in cybersecurity, which is the lack of cybersecurity talent.
Very good, thank you. Gordon?
Yes, good morning. Excuse me. Thrilled to be here. I think this is a very important topic and long overdue. I'm with CompTIA, the Computing Technology Industry Association. We're the world's leading not-for-profit IT advocate and training organization. We've certified over 2 million individuals around the world with 3 million certifications. Our mission is to unlock potential in people. And if you think about the millions of unemployed, the millions of people that are graduating high schools and universities, providing them access to technical training so that they can become employed to solve some of the workforce challenges that we face is critically important. And we think that's a valuable mission for an organization, not for profit like ourselves. The US has approximately 1 million cybersecurity workers working today. Over the past 12 months, there have been almost 1 million job postings posted for cybersecurity workers. Right now, according to CyberSeek, a organization that we set up with US government agency NIST and is supported with Burning Glass MC, which is now known as Lightcast data. That information is publicly available, by the way, cyberseek.org. The numbers are presently 465,000 this month job postings for cyber. And that's forecasted to grow by the Bureau of Labor Statistics by the year 2025 to a workforce in the neighborhood of 3.5 to 4 million people. So exponential growth from now to 2025, 2026. So we think that that's a critical need. If you think about the importance in the US right now, the Biden White House has just had a cyber sprint, which placed 7,000 apprentices in the cyber workforce, and we were a part of that. So, not only do we think it's important, does industry think it's important, the US government thinks it's critically important. Every single event that I attend to talk about workforce, and by the way, I would consider myself not a cyber expert, although there were some web postings that cited me as a cyber expert, maybe a workforce expert with 40 plus years industry experience working for companies like Hewlett Packard Enterprise, Compaq, AT&T, et cetera. I consider myself an IT expert. I talk at many events, meet many people, work with many employers, and every single one I talk to, the number one priority is workforce. So I think, if we can help to unlock the potential in the millions of people that can come to work in this industry, I think that's a valuable mission.
Thank you. Gurvinder?
Thank you for inviting me to the panel and part of these dialogues and the organization for multiple years. Pretty much every time we've come to Davos, I've been privileged to be part of the team over here. My name is Gurvinder Ahluwalia. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Twin Labs, based in Davos, where some of us are as well. And what we do is we through kind of systemic systems thinking, develop strategies and architectures for platforms based on frontier technologies, most contemporaneously based on blockchain and integrated with other technologies, as Meta was pointing out previously. The second thing is, once we strategize and architect, we actually build those. And then in a third piece, we go specifically after certain pieces operationally. For example, what is called smart contract audits, which is like cybersecurity audits, but of smart contract, meaning applications that run on blockchain platforms. That's the fancy name when we say smart contracts. or decentralized apps. So just state a little bit more on the introduction and then I'll move into the remarks. My background has been in deep and wide in technology for the last 25 plus years, and more recently in decentralized blockchain-based technology. I've led programs in my current venture, as well as previously I was the CTO for IBM North America and co-founded the IBM blockchain business. I had IoT under my portfolio. I had cloud under my portfolio. So I see the various pieces of technology that come together to be received by a business owner as a holistic fabric of a solution as opposed to individual silos, which I feel is sometimes a lot of the struggle that business owners face. And in the process of the work at IBM and currently, I've had the privilege of leading about 10 to 12 various blockchain programs in loyalty, in anti-money laundering, in CFT, counter financing of terrorism, in supply chain, in counterfeit pharma, in the global trade of diamonds, in the shipment of container logistics, so on and so forth. So there were certain points that were being made in the previous panel, which actually do make sense, and the join between solution providers or technology vendors is really very important. I'm going to, so now switching a little bit over into kind of my remarks to the topic, I'm going to look at this topic that we are discussing around capacity of the workforce for cyber a little bit differently in balance with the additional views that are coming from the other experts. And I'm going to look at it from the perspective of economics. And if we look at it from the lens of economics, and I'm a computer scientist by training, but I'm learning economics in the hard way because to me, it best explains technology disruptions. Technology doesn't explain disruptions, economics does. And if we look at it from that lens, then we put the future of the workforce in the context of the future of the organizations. And the future of institutions is very different from how we know institutions from the last 20, 30 years, depending on which regional context you come from, what started out as conglomerates in the US market, many other markets, evolved into competencies, business units, and then into, a web of, providers in the ecosystem of supply chain ecosystems, right? We've seen that. And the two important literatures that come from economics, which is around courses theory, which defines from a transaction cost standpoint what the future of a firm looks like. And the other one is another Nobel Prize laureate in economics, and that is Doug Coase, who looks at the future of institutions in an area called institutional economics. The reason I make that point is that unless we understand what the future of these organizations is going to be, we will not be able to understand the context of the future of the workforce. And when we look at it from this perspective, the future of institutions is going to be autonomous. So we're hearing the word automated, but what I'm trying to bring to the discussion over here is that we look at it not from automated as in strict automated or computer science, traditionally automation from that perspective, but autonomous as in organizations. We've seen this already in vehicles where we are seeing autonomous vehicles. Think about organizations become autonomous. Now think about what workforces mean in that context. And it'll lead you to a transdisciplinary, as opposed to some of us are from Deloitte and Accenture, and as opposed to a T-shaped discipline, right? Which is where you are broad, and then you're broad in many things, many skills, and then you're deep in one or two skills. And transdisciplinary is when you have that T, but you also have the trans aspect of it, and that is you're working with bots and you're working with automated technologies, right? So all those three aspects and axes have to come together in the future of this workforce that we're talking about. I just
yeah,
segue to
I
the
think
others.
Gurinder, what we'll do is we'll talk about some of the strategies, right? As far as how can we shape the future and what is needed? But before that, Raj, why don't you introduce yourself and share your perspective?
Sure. All right. Hi, my name is Raj Patil. Full name is Lingaraj Gobai Raj. Can you hear me okay? All right. Yeah. So I have two roles here that I'd like to explain and how they complement each other. The first one is I am VP of Marketing at Armor Code. Armor Code is an application security company. What do? We help companies ship their software fast and do it securely. These days, when there is more emphasis on shipping the software faster, security is becoming a victim of that. So at Armor Code, we solve that problem. But as we were solving this problem, one thing that we noticed is that for every 100 developers, there is one AppSec engineer in best of the cases. In some cases, we have seen there are 500 developers for every application security engineer. Talk about the shortage in security cyber workforce. Of like this is a very good statistic to look at how severely underfunded security is, right? And I think it goes to the fact that there is a lack of appreciation, I think, in the business about the important role that cybersecurity plays. And that's when we realized as cool as our technology is, as much as it helps automate things, I think this is a dialogue that needs to happen at a broader level. We need to bring leaders together and we need to build a community. So that's when the idea of Purple Book Community came about. What does Purple Book Community do? Because Purple Book Community brings security leaders from different industries together. And the whole idea, initially when we started out, it started out as an initiative to write a book. Why did we want to write a book? Because we knew there were few companies which had a very robust application security program, but then there were a lot of them which were we need to start, some of them had not even started. And we thought, why don't we have these who have already built, write a book and make it available for free for the benefit of the rest of the industry. And that's when the idea of the book came. We registered to 10, hoping that we will get 5, because this was in the middle of SolarWinds, people were very busy. But to our surprise, all 10 of them signed up. And as they came about to solve the problem, we realized even those 10 people who were in the room realized that they didn't have enough expertise to fully characterize the problem. Because this was a problem like a shape-shifting elephant, so to say, which would change by the attack. Right, so eventually we had those 10 leaders that came, invited other leaders, and in the end we ended up having a book co-authored by 30 people. So what has this got to do with cybersecurity or cyber workforce? Sometimes the best way to learn is from the friends and from the people in the community. Right, so the book that was written, we started out as 4 chapters, ended up being 10 chapters, and this has been used as reference material by the security leaders to basically educate. And now that we have this book, this has become a common place for people to come together and have panel discussions like how we are having. We meet twice a month, every month, first and third Thursday of the month. And then we also do podcasts, we also do blogs. So this is essentially cyber workforce educating other people. In the process of educating others, we all want to get better at it ourselves. Right, so that's the approach we took, that it needs a community approach to solve this problem, because in the business, I know strategically business needs to invest more. It's a long-term problem we need to solve, but let's look at things that are under our control. We can do something, we can help each other out. So that's the approach. That's why our book started. We have Purple Book Community, and at Purple Book Community, we are also advocating, we believe these CISOs belong in the C-level executives of the CEO of the companies, because they need to have the ear of the CEO about why cybersecurity is so important. Many a times, one of the things that we hear is cybersecurity leaders have difficulty convincing CFOs about why they should invest in this, because it's not revenue generating. There's a reason why there are 100 developers for every one security engineer, AppSec engineer, because that's a revenue generating feature, right? So that's the asymmetry that we're trying to solve, and we believe they belong in the boards of the different companies, and that's the goal that we're working towards with the Purple Book Community.
Yeah, and I think you touched on an important point, which actually leads to my next question. One of the things is to make progress on this workforce challenge that we have. it is important to have a better appreciation of the people that are involved, right? The personas that are involved. And that could range from the employer to the actual workforce to actual external factors that might influence the growth and the progress that we need to make. So maybe we can touch on, and I would like to hear your perspectives on thinking about it from the actual workforce standpoint, right? Why is it difficult, and why does this problem exist? I mean, this problem has been there for decades, quite frankly, right? And we're seeing more and more of it. But from a workforce perspective, what are some of the challenges that you're hearing workforce is facing today that makes it difficult for them to maybe latch onto a cyber career or even make progress from a cyber perspective? So maybe Dan, you can share your thoughts on it.
Sure. One is exactly what you touched, ignorance, or just not understanding from employer perspective the threat. And I don't know why 2 days ago, the whole United States airspace was shut down for 2 hours. I mean, what else kind of a wake-up call do we need to strengthen our cybersecurity workforce? And the ignorance is not just with employers, but also people thinking about coming into it. Cyber is very foreign, it's something I can't do, right? And part of our training is training people with no skills, from nurses, accountants, lawyers, Uber drivers, people that have no computer skills, but also don't understand what cyber is, training them in the first and foremost to explain to them that actually there's a cyber job for you. There's a cyber job for everybody, because there's a variety of different cyber jobs, and training, giving them the confidence that they can do it. The other very, very big challenge is because employers, as you said, know very little about cybersecurity. CEOs, HR people know very little. They're like, we need to hire people with 3 to 5 year experience minimum. And what that happens, what that does is create more competition. You go to an HR company and say, give me 20 people, pay them 25% extra, and they just, they're recycling cyber talent instead of understanding that they should take beginning level cyber analysts, that just are learning practical skills, but still don't have a job yet, right? So they go through boot camps, schools, CompTIA, other stuff, our programs. They learn very comprehensively, but they're still beginning level cyber analysts. And companies should understand that that's the only way that they can have a sustainable cybersecurity talent pipeline, bringing people that are coming into the industry that have practical skills-based training and can do the job that's needed to do, and then they can keep training them and moving them forward.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, Gordon, if I were to ask you the same question, but think about it from a person who wants to start a career in cybersecurity, right? What are some of the headwinds they are facing in this process, and maybe share what you're seeing in the market.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems, to tie into what you were talking about, is young people looking at a career. I did a ChatGPT query on entry-level cybersecurity job posting, and I've written an article for Forbes. It will be out next week, I think. But it came back and it said minimum bachelor's degree, preferably master's degree, plus 5 years experience, plus certification. And I said, okay, I did something wrong. So I re-entered the query and I changed it from cybersecurity analyst to entry level, and it came back with bachelor's degree, master's degree preferred. I went, wow, that's part of the problem we have, is that we are alienating a lot of people that would be interested in a career. But because of the way we are screening them out and making the barrier to entry so high, we don't have these entry-level people coming into the industry to learn because it's too difficult to get in. So employers need to take a step back. A lot of organizations, probably the best path is to take existing talent that you have. It might be a network analyst, a system admin, a network engineer, and reskill those people and move them into cybersecurity and backfill those jobs that are easier to source rather than going out and trying to find the unicorn that has a degree, that has the 5 years experience, and is willing to take an entry-level job with your organization.
Yeah, makes sense. And Govinder, just to maybe further elaborate on it, when you think about it from an employer perspective, there are many professionals out there that are doing all sorts of certification. It's really hard from an employer to say one versus the other, right? I mean, is that person good or is that person good, right? And I think part of it is that the industry has created this problem to some extent where there are, I mean, I guess it's not a problem, but it's a channel to get trained on your own, right? A channel to get those certifications, make it super easy sometimes to get those certifications. It's very hard for employers to distinguish, and they have limited resources, right? So who to pick? So what are your thoughts on that? And are you seeing that as a problem as well?
By the way, before I get into that, I'm glad you're still in the room. I'm going to tie back to some of the previous panel's discussion in just a moment. It might sound like I'm the contrarian on the stage over here, but I don't want you to look at it that way. I'm looking at it very strategically. I totally agree with you that the bar to interview on some of these skills is very high. And my bold statement in this context really is, I don't think we're going to be able to solve this problem with workforce. I don't think we're going to be able to solve this problem with workforce skills. And I think when we look at the title of like this panel, which is addressing, capacity in workforce, I think the stress has to be on the term capacity. The stress has to be on the phrase, competency, and that competency will partly come from workforce, and it'll partly come from automation, massive automation, to the extent of autonomous, to the point that I was making previously. I'm not also entirely sure that we are asking the right questions, and sometimes I also fear, and I'm guilty to this, and I'm trying to correct, the needle from my end as well, from my little end in the industry, and that is we talk about risk, then we talk about security, and there isn't a whole lot of conversation around trust. Does that mean that we talk about risk and we address security? Does that automatically, derive trust? There was Meda, who I think she's left, who was the only person in the room on the previous stage. And in most cybersecurity places that we go, I'm not entirely sure that we are comfortable enough in having a conversation on trust. And how do we measure trust as opposed to how do we measure security? Right? Are those the same thing, or is measurement of security a proxy which is serving and perhaps not serving the aspects of trust? I would like to see providers like what you have, and I wish Mela was here because this is one of the conversations I wanted to invoke. The dialogues I wanted to invoke is the joint between providers in the industry. And that is like, how do you see a measurement of trusts or of security like what you have in the other security measurements made available on a blockchain environment? And I say that with a little advantage with deep expertise in blockchain, and make these measurements available to drive predictive markets for risk and trust measurements, right? So that's kind of the level and the playing field that I'm looking at from the future, because I don't feel that we're going to be able to solve this problem with the traditional tool set that we have under our belt.
We talk about workforce, and we talk about employers' strategies, right? In terms of things that, from their perspective, are hindering progress, but there are always external factors, right? And obviously, we've seen COVID come in, the pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, and that has changed the way even the workforce is thinking about how engaging with organizations, right? The remote, the hybrid, and it's that also has an influence in retaining and hiring and retaining a workforce, right? So are there other external factors, Raj, that you think we need to watch out for, or that are important in the consideration of developing future cyber workforce?
Yeah, totally. I think that you make a very good point that that was a big shift in how people looked at work, right? So one thing that I can think of is the case that happened with Uber ex-CISO, right? That was a quite unfortunate turn of events for a security professional who had worked for such a long time. And in an era where security professionals, there is always a double lens on how much you should spend on security. There's always a limit on how much budget is allocated to that. Now, if you look at this, on top of that, if you add a risk factor to it, that am I signing up for something like that by choosing a profession in security, right? So that totally de-incentivizes somebody to choose a profession. As it is, I'm not getting paid as much, and in the end, one of the consequences of choosing this job would be this. So I think that would be, I think that is one factor I would say impacts those. And the way we can fix this is we need to make the security professionals heroes like how soldiers are heroes, right? These are real heroes. If you see the cyber warfare over a period of time, if you see the way it has evolved, it has gone from people they used to fight with hands, then swords, then guns, then fighter jets, planes, and now the fight of these days, exactly cyber warfare. And who are the soldiers in this cyber warfare? It's the security people who are. There is no predefined set of soldiers who go and fight. It's all of us in this room who are soldiers in this. And if we can make heroes of these people, then there's an incentive to join. One, in terms of the societal recognition itself, I feel. And the second thing is in terms of the payment itself. If you go to Silicon Valley, the kind of salaries that software engineers make is ridiculous. I mean, they make good for them, they're adding value. I'm not discounting that. I mean, but if a software engineer can make millions of dollars doing software engineering, so the best talent goes to that. And consequently, then you have these very smart software engineers developing for every 100 of those software developers, we have one software engineer, right? So the way we look at security itself needs to change.
Yeah. So with that, I think what I'm getting from that discussion there is, there's a level of stress involved with a cybersecurity profession, right? And it's important for us to recognize that, manage it, so that more and more people are attracted towards this profession to begin with, right? And seems like a typical cyber security professional can get hit from many different areas, right? You obviously have the business that is constantly demanding stuff, right? You have low budgets, you don't have staff, you're blamed for everything, maybe, right? And so it's a very difficult profession to be in, and it's important for us to recognize that that problem does exist. And how does that problem really impact different aspects like inclusion, diversity? There are many different aspects of it that can get easily impacted. Women in cyber, right? I think we got to recognize that and figure out strategies to maybe get ahead of it. So with that, what I'll do is move on to our next part of the discussion, which is what are some of these strategies that we can all employ to make progress? And again, think about it from the perspective of a particular persona, right? Whether it's worker, employer, maybe the business, right? And what can we really do to start making shifts that are moving forward for this industry? Maybe Gordon, I'll start with you this time.
Sure. So first of all, as I mentioned before, I think we need to rethink our job postings. So CompTIA recently announced the job posting optimizer tool, which is a free tool that uses MC Vertiglass data and creates a job posting based on best practices. And it looks for bias. It removes any bias. It creates a best practices job posting. It will also take and input your job posting and review it for best practices and make recommendations for changes. And what that will help you with is eliminating those arbitrary four-year degree or more requirements that aren't really required for an entry-level position. It has an attached salary calculator that's based by city that shows you the salary ranges for that job in that city. So that's one way. The other thing I think that's really important is looking at multiple ways to source talent. So I was recently in San Antonio with Cyber Futures Foundation for another event, and we visited a school, ICSI, and they're a K through 12 school that takes kids starting in grade 6 in a Cyber Warriors program and begins to educate them on cyber. In grade 9, they begin CompTIA certification, IT fundamentals. In grade 10, they do Security Plus. In grade 11, they do Networking Plus. And in grade 12, they do their Cisco CCNA. That is preparing people so they can make decisions coming out of high school about careers or about furthering their education to move on. But they're prepared at that point to get a job, an entry-level job in cybersecurity coming out of high school. So that's one entry point. There are many other entry points that we can start to look at instead of just looking at university graduates or other. So there's boot camps, there are other training programs, there's self-paced and certified individuals that are ready to move.
Very good. Raj, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually, he makes a very good point. I think it really needs to start at the school level. I'll share my own personal experience with this. So as part of the Purple Book community, what we had done is we had organized Women in Security panel with the women leaders from the Purple Book community. We had Vandana, as many of you know, Maria, Virat. So we had 5 leaders who talked about on the International Women's Day last year about the importance of this. And my daughter is in 8th grade now, and she was in 7th at that time. I had asked her to attend it, and she attended it with 5 of her friends. And she ended up being so impressed by it that she took on, they came up with, based on what those ladies said, they came up with 10 rules to live by. And they have used that as a way to improve themselves, and they got so attached to it. So today morning when we had the launch, they were attending from US at 10 p.m., 10 to 11 p.m. They were attending because we should never underestimate the kind of influence that each one of us have on the next generation. And by the time my daughter comes to high school, maybe who knows, right? I mean, you make a very good point that she will be cyber capable, and at least she'll not do anything at home that will create to the cyber risk that's already out there by clicking on a link that you're not supposed to click on, right? So it starts there, right? So
yeah, and I think that's a very good point, right? We can never underestimate the influence that we can have, even if it's a simple coaching, mentoring thing, which can last a lifetime, right? One last thing on this, from just automation perspective, we see a lot of automation happening out there. Is that a strategy that can be leveraged to sort of work through this cyber capacity issues that we have? And I know you have a lot to say there, as well as and so Govind, do you want to?
Sure.
And I think we are wrapping up with like 8 minutes, 2 minutes.
So I'll just submit my
Make it
comments over here. So I think I would outline 3 things that I think are important for us to do. One is it's very difficult to do cybersecurity, right? We got to make this like easy. We have to franchise it, right? Even though yes, we are building an army of cybersecurity experts and totally for that, but we have to franchise this down to the masses, right? So it's a little bit of what DevOps and DevOpsSec, that movement, some seeding has started, but it's a long way to go. In some sense, if you write the code, you have to secure the damn code, right? Not somebody else. Because if somebody else has to do it, then you get into the SBOM, audit, reconciliation, and all that. Second point is what I call, we have to have, and this is a call to the tool vendors and also to the business owners who evaluate tool vendors. And that is, we've got to look at tools related to cybersecurity from a product growth-led standpoint, right? So they have to be what modern tools are. They have to be social. That if a developer, checks in something and some security software intercepts it to check for correctness and bugs, then it should be able to social before it gets checked into GitHub. It should socialize those corrections into the rest of the team, into the rest of the organization, and invite them to adopt that tool. And the last one I would say is what I call, to the point of automation, what I call hyperlocal automation. right? We have to bring automation down to the individual level. And individual level is not just developers, it's the one who are writing processes and policies. That if you write a process, if you design a process, you write a policy, you have to be responsible for the security of the process and policy, not an extraneous or a separate.
Great, thank you. Well, do I have time for one question, please? Perfect, 2 questions, all right, there's 2. All right, 1 question, sir, please.
My name is Marcel. I'm CFF for Swiss Post. It's the largest company in Switzerland, multi-industry. I have fun being CFF.
Perfect.
We reach out to communities, both to the outside and to the inside of the company. We have opened up all our online services to bounty hunters, to ethical hackers around the world. We're tapping into a community of around 23,000 professionals around the globe who we invite to tell us where the vulnerabilities are in our system. So that's one of the responses for the scarcity of resources. But we've also found communities within Swiss Post that want to engage in security, especially developers. We've built up a program from within the development department called the Security Champions. Developers that want to engage and want to bring themselves into cybersecurity. And it started as a grassroots. And it's one of my 17s. I just brought them to my board and said, you one of our teams, you might not be the security, how do you mention like the bachelor's degree, 4 years of experience, etc. We don't care. All we want is your engagement, your love for the topic. We have some that became security engineers. We have some that become security architects, information security officers out of this community. We have to learn to embrace communities as security. It's not, we're not just somewhere in the dark corner and stuff.
Yeah, I think a great example, right, is collaboration is super important. Bringing in people from the very beginning. We used to talk about this. I've always been in consulting, but let's get business involved. But what about the other aspects of the organization? You need to get everybody involved, right? It's a hard thing to do, but congratulations on getting that moving. I know there's one last question over there, maybe 2 questions. Well, let's start there. So.
Yes, a lot of discussion about how to grow the workforce. What should we do in the meantime to address burnout in the existing workforce?
I think one of the things that we've overlooked is we're fishing in the shallow end of the pool, right? So what I mean by that is we very narrowly talk to tech intent graduates, people that are looking at careers in tech. We need to stop doing that. We need to look at career intent people, and we need to market ourselves that we have a career, it pays well, it has a great future, it's growing like crazy. And as long as we continue to do that to ourselves, where we narrow, so for example, when I'm talking about tech intent, people that are planning to go to university for a technology degree, so that's say 10% of the population that are planning to go to university. Of that, maybe 2 or 3% want to work in cyber. So we narrow our pool down. We need to move to the deep end and start going to the broader approach of trying to attract more people to our industry with a greater promise of opportunity. And if we do that, instead of having this fraction of the population interested in careers, we can attract a greater population. The other quick thing I'll mention is that to work in our industry, you don't need a strong STEM background. And we've done a great disservice in North America advocating the strength of STEM as something that you need to have in order to work in our industry. My son works in the industry. He doesn't have a strong STEM background. He doesn't need it. I don't have a strong STEM background, and millions of others. So we can help ourselves.
To answer the question though, what we do with the burnt out employees, well, we reskill them. We give them more career opportunities. Instead of letting them quit and go off, you actually reskill them into different aspects in cybersecurity. And we all do this, and to your point, with collaboration, right? The only way we're really gonna solve the problem, the huge problem of the talent gap and these burned out employees is by collaboration. Bring government, enterprise, and outside to collaborate, to reskill them and to bring funding, very necessary funding, to bring this kind of quality, necessary education, training to people that are in the workforce, to people that are outside the workforce, to people that are trying to come into the cyber industry.
So I know we had one question, but can we take that offline if that's okay? Yeah. Thank you all for your time today. This was great. Round of applause. This is a great topic to go on forever. So actually we have the Cyber Challenge Week. That's in the week of end of April. We do it across the entire week. So please join that. And I think we'll literally do this to the entire week. So we'll break for a quick bite now. Let's be back by 12 sharp so that we can keep it going. Okay, 12 sharp. And another announcement, we have Julia here taking beautiful pictures. So if you want to take a portrait or have a soundbite, portraits here, sound bites on the other corner in the X-ray lounge. So yeah, you know, your confidence can be used
Yes, I set it up. Yeah, I texted him. Yeah, I got
So I and so I love that you said it.
I told Parag yeah, we already changed capital because with the financial, so I think we're good.
Is there a like data dog? That would be their contribution.
Yeah, so I mean, we've on the site, and Jay and I are continuing to discuss like what might make sense for them. But it's, I mean, and it's so funny, when we first started. Now. even then, the biggest factor was all of the resources. Yeah, we were waiting to talk about our panel, but if you look at this later, that's hello.
Oh, I got you. I'm getting used to wearing a hat.
So John, Brian, before, and I'm coming out like 45 minutes. So I don't want to come here. So. Hello everyone. I think this is a very casual setting. You can come in and have your food while listening to the great talk. So if you are, getting your getting a bite finished up, please feel free to come up and sit here. No auditorium restriction follow, so people can come and bring their food here and sit and chat and okay.
You get appointed every time you come. Yes. Well, give me a card or drop me a link later. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's something you can have your food here. Oh yeah, you are on the next one.
Next one more
Have food, you can probably take the food inside.
cybersecurity more from the first one.
Okay. Get back on track. Okay.
Seems like we don't have that's it. Conversion company, the bank I'm talking about. Yep.
Hi, I'm Amitabh. Well, I know you because you were with Davos and you asked me you were the founder of the so that's how you were working I am with Davos. How is these good going?
Are you still with them? No fucking.
Now they're saying your flight is not confirmed. It's just trying to resolve that because they put a hold on it. How to take it?
Oh my God! Should be something.
Where are you heading? Back to? You gotta spend some time in Alps. I live in this country, so I know this country. It's a beautiful country. You guys gotta be. I know. Hi, Vlad. I'm Amitabh. The reason why I know your name is because I work with all this, so I've seen you guys presenting at that.
So,
you're right.
Yeah. Did you just come in for the day?
No, I'm here in Davos. So I have a friend who has a chalet in Brussels. If you were in Switzerland, you can remember.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very small place. It's a country, the smallest country that you probably know.
Sure. So then, Boston sounds better than
yes, it's about 20 minutes. Not this time, but yes.
Alright, so we got food on the two sides, so if you are grab some food, then also do some. Okay, so the next panel is going to be another interesting thing that we have been tracking.
Great, I'll just go.
So the next panel is securing ideas for the speed of innovation. We were thinking about how to make this happen, and
Brilliant disappointment for this one, because I think this really everybody is what's going on today in terms of making sure that keep pace with the innovation that's going on. So, all right, so if you kindly take your seat and we will just kick this off, let the panelists sit and get there. You made it. Thank you. All right. So let me introduce Carl Max. Carl's been a member of CFF for almost like I think 2 years now, but feels like almost from the beginning. He's done a lot in making sure that what we talk about in our different conferences, and Carl was on the Augusta, Georgia one, followed by the summit, and now this one. So hopefully we can take all of this forward collectively, not only the thought, but also action. So your
Thanks, Bill. Carl Manson, I'm the CISO for No Name Security. We're an API security company, and really appreciate the opportunity to host today. I want to start with a very quick story about the last time that I was on a stage in Europe. Several years ago, I was a bank CISO, and I had been doing some teaching in Croatia. So I used to go to Croatia every year to do teaching, and I got to know some friends. They invited me to a hacker conference in this university town. And at this hacker conference, hacker after hacker got up on stage and talked to the students and the hackers in this conference about their various exploits. And this particular German hacker was right before I was supposed to speak. And so this German hacker got up on stage, and the students were asking questions like, how do you know the difference if you're white hat or black hat? Where's the line between the two? And the German hackers responded, he's like, well, white hat, black hat, I can't do his accent. White hat, black hat, it doesn't matter. We all know who the real enemy is in this fight. Management. And that was his last remarks. And I'm a CISO for a bank, and that was my job to follow him on stage. And so that was one of a moment for me that and that's kind of how I feel about developers as well, thinking about developing applications, is being a security manager is sometimes being the outsider. And so when we talk about innovation, I think what we really want to talk about today is how do we bridge the gap between developing great software, developing innovative software, and developing secure software. So we have a really distinguished panel today. I'd like to ask the members of the panel to introduce yourselves.
Hi, thank you, Carl, and thanks, Val, for arranging this. It's a great session. My name is Nikhil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Armor Code. I also wear another hat of founder of Purple Book, a community about a community of security people by the security people. The Armor Code, we are enabling companies to ship the software secure and ship it fast.
Wow, that was really fast. So hi, good afternoon. My name is Slaven Markovic. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Discope. At Discope, we do the identity management for app developers. So help you develop secure applications while identifying and authorizing and authenticating your users. I have a lot to talk about that, but I guess we'll leave it for the session. Prior to that, I was the CEO and co-founder of a company called Demisto, which is kind of related to the previous discussion, which Demisto was a security orchestration automation response and helped a lot with reducing the load on SOC analysts, so automating the SOC analyst work as much as possible and making it bearable. I've been in security for the last, I don't want to date myself. And my first was in the Israeli Defense Forces, and then multiple startups. And, yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me, and to have a great discussion.
Okay, Brian Jeffords. I am a senior cybersecurity executive at Boeing, in charge of identity and access management. It's funny you mentioned Demisto. We actually use that with our RSA SOC tool. So, Yeah, so I've been at Boeing for 23 years in various roles, all in IT. Moved over into cybersecurity probably, I date myself as well, maybe 8 years ago. And so a lot of our challenges are obviously nation states, given that we have plane designs and things like that. And so moving a lot of the business, moving a lot of things to cloud, a lot of shared environments is always a challenge, especially when we have regulations in various domain spaces that prevent some of that stuff, as well as DoD contract rules. So very interesting, keeps everybody on their toes, and I think that's why I like it. But yeah, looking forward to a great conversation.
Everyone, this is Peter Sharma. So I decided I would wear multiple hats. I run enterprise or internal security at Zoro, which is a billing and revenue SaaS B2B company. In addition, I realized cybersecurity is not tough enough. So I also run platform and web digital presence. And after that, I decided to partner with Purple Book. So we launched as a co-author and part of the founding team of the Purple Book community. Great to be here with everyone, and thank you, Al. Just want to say shout out to Sentinel-1. I don't know if it's here, but we do use Sentinel-1. So.
What's is excited?
I'm sure. Thank you.
So we're surrounded by innovators here in Davos. So I'd like to talk with first our two serial entrepreneurs we have now. Each of you started a security company in the last 18 months, 9 months ago. What was it? What was that origin event or that moment that you saw the gap or the need to compelled you to start the company?
Sure. So call me crazy, started the company in July of 2020. and I guess that's what entrepreneurs are all about. When we always find an opportunity in a calamity. And it was very interesting. My previous startup was acquired by Sophos. It was in cloud security posture management. And when what was headed towards like kind of the dead end, and I was looking at what the trends are, and there were two things. And as in the previous session, they were talking about, it's like a word of cyber warfare, if you will. When the COVID was there, guess what? Even the bad guys are not going to go out and fight with whatever knives or guns and whatever you will. So there was a digital transformation which was going to happen. So that was one trend. And the other thing was the cyber security was going to, number of hacks is going to increase. And at the intersection was the software security. And again, that's the topic of this discussion here, is securing at the speed of innovation. So that got me thinking about, starting a company, and looked around there. While there has been infrastructure orchestration, there has been quite mature, and application security, there are like, just to secure one application, you need over a dozen tools: SCSS, DAS, ISD, pen testing, bug bounty, and all the whole set of tools which are there. And there was no easy way. And when I started my career like 20 plus years ago at Bell Labs, and that time, it was very easy. There was once a year release. And whenever I have to secure, I would just unplug my PC and walk out of the door. So that was the security back then. And there was no notion of cloud, and there was all like monolithic applications. Fast forward, your microservices based architecture, everything is moving into the cloud. 80% of the software is open source. So while the application development has kind of turned upside down, the software security has not. So that kind of gave me the motivation to start, and that's how we got going.
Cool. Nice. So after I sold my company to Palo Alto Networks for about $600 million, I was thinking I'm gonna pretty much rest and invest, maybe do some angel investing, which I do quite a lot, by the way. And I after a while I got bored, and I thought that hey, I still have another startup in me. And so I kind of looked around, and both me and Rishi, my co-founder, we kind of are the IT managers for our own families. I have 4 kids, wife, parents, and so on. And it's really a nightmare to manage all of their accounts. I'm sure everybody here has the same problem. And so I thought maybe to create something for consumers to help manage accounts securely and so on. But I realized I have zero knowledge about consumer products. I have no idea about how to build them. And so I said, let's do the next best thing and help developers build applications that are secure without passwords. Because passwords are kind of the bane of our existence. And so that's what we're trying to do. And you see the shirt, and if you can see kill -9 passwords, that's anybody who has a Unix background knows what that means. But funnily enough, I actually encountered this exactly when I landed here. I forgot to turn on the international plan of T-Mobile, and I had to go in and turn it, and the password didn't work for some reason. I got stuck, locked out from my account. I actually had to wait like for 24 hours until I enabled it. So everybody hates passwords. I'm here to kind of solve that and to kill passwords in applications.
So the dream of ending passwords isn't new. It's been around for a few years. Can you talk to us about how you are recreating a recipe to achieve success there?
I think we're really at an inflection point right now. The amount of devices out there that are smart and have biometrics in them is exploding. So Web of N and FIDO Alliance is becoming a real opportunity, a real option. All the large vendors like Apple, Microsoft, Google with Chrome, they all support now passkeys, which are very convenient to use for biometrics. So that's one thing that can actually change. And if applications support that more and more, then the need for passwords kind of disappears. The other thing is that passwords are really kind of the worst of both worlds. They're kind of hard for humans to remember and easy for computers to guess. So they're not very secure. We all know that. Right? So there are other options like OTP, TOTP, Magic Link, even social login that are much better. And again, the inflection point here is that everybody has now an email address, a phone with them, or at least most people have already. It becomes a real option. And the problem now is actually the developers are not supporting them because they're used to this concept of passwords, and that's like the first point that we start. And there's no real reason to do that. So that's what we're trying to promote. And I think now we can actually, there's a lot of articles and TechCrunch and so on the death of passwords. I think now it's done.
Brian, can you speak to innovative technologies, security or otherwise, that you see at a conference like this, in a high assurance, a regulated or a protected national security network? How are you going about looking at innovation and bringing that into the scale of enterprise that requires that sort of high assurance availability, the due diligence? How do you look at adoption?
Yeah, so going back to some of the password stuff as well, and talk about scale and how you bring a new technology in at scale that is also very secure, right? Or even a control, like something like passkeys or something like that. So one of the things I think you need to watch out for, and then I'll kind of dive into how you can do it. The things that you need to watch out for is pooling risk, right? And what I mean by pooling risk is, so getting rid of passwords is well overdue, right? But at the same time, there are operational reasons people have been they just want to hold on to that password, right? And one example I'll give is so self-signed certificates, right? These are just, it's not a password, great, it's a certificate, it's a cryptographic key, and it's so much better. Well, but it's self-signed, so it's not really better. I can sign my own and take it anywhere, and you can sign your own and take it. So we kind of lull ourselves into a false sense of security when we just jump for the technology sake, right? But the pooling of risk, so let's go away from passwords and have a service, a one-time password or a SMS passkey or even a badge or something like that. Well, there's infrastructure and operations behind that have been pooled somewhere, they have data center, cloud, whatever. If that service goes down, it's not one user that forgot their password. It's every single person in the company now cannot get access, right? And these things have happened. And so what's the default? You have a password in the backup. Well, if you have a password in the backup, it means it's locked. It can be used. So it means you don't have a passwordless, right? So you kind of negated the whole purpose. So these types of concepts are sort of the things that inhibit innovation, right? Innovation, secure innovation. So developers default to, okay, well, I'll get it up and running quick. So here's your password, right? And I think what we really need to do is, as cybersecurity professionals, we're teachers. We have to be teachers because the way you scale innovation securely is you get everyone thinking about security, right? If we have a security department in a large organization and everyone in that organization thinks it's security's job to protect the company, we've already lost. It's everyone's job to do it. And so major education programs, things like that, have to be at the heart of any security program. And then the tooling in place for developers that can easily put in the protections, right? Because if there's too much friction when they're trying to put it in, when they're building tools, those things won't make it, right? They'll get deprioritized and the business capabilities will be the high priority and get those to market quick. So I think it's really all of those things that, again, help to securely innovate. Otherwise, we're seeing in cybersecurity is the no group. No, you can't do that. No, you can't go, right? And the business just looks at you and goes, I don't like that group. They're always telling me what they can't do.
When we were talking just earlier about practices. So talk about your lessons working in an innovative tech company, about what practices work with security, developers, leadership, all working together.
So I'll first start with a contrarian view to what you said earlier about passwords. If it's kind of like it's become religion in a way, right? Having passwords. We've all been ingrained to wear seatbelts. We are all ingrained to have passwords. You take that away, you have to replace it with something. And that's where the practices come into play. And that's a pivot, right? From a contrarian view. You're not so much saying password less, but it's more of managing identity, right? It's frictionless or reduced friction identity is what we really provide.
I agree, and I guess you guys have a project using YubiKeys, right?
And it goes along the same path. It's to what you said, the low risk access should be a completely frictionless process. You don't need a user to remember however many characters, complex things. And then God help us all when they use a password manager and that gets breached, right? That's given sleepless nights to some of us, I'm sure. And part of the challenge though is when you go through, as Zora, the company I work at, we're SaaS B2B, so we have customers. And when we talk to them about, okay, we are using different way of identity management. We're not using passwords per se. The first reaction we get is, oh, that means you have a high risk in our eyes. The mindset shift is very slow. That needs to be something, to your point, we as teachers, as guides, as advisors, really need to shift the narrative and stop talking about passwords and start pivoting to how do we better manage your identity, personal or at work, it doesn't matter. In both cases, it's managing that identity more so than talking about passwords.
So coaching, teaching, can you talk a little bit about the model that you have in place for having security education or embedded coaching champions in your development teams as you develop secure products?
Yeah, and it's important to understand that innovation or the speed of innovation is very important. Part of the challenge that we run into with the education that exists today in the market, it's very static. A lot of areas now, as I talk to the leaders, we are looking at gamifying education. So it's not just about you point and click and you waste 15 minutes or 30 minutes. we make it part of a gamified experience where you're doing a treasure hunt. It can be a physical treasure hunt, it can be a virtual treasure hunt. But you have to incentivize your users that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that they have to find. Right? But going back to the speed of innovation topic and security around it, I think there too we need to have an educational side of it. So how many startups today have engineering leaders? Almost everyone has a co-founder who's a CTO or an engineering leader. But how many of those startups also bring in a security leader? Very few out there.
That's a good point, and I think I thought I'm going to make a contrarian view and say, hey, you need it from day one, because we had a CISO from day one in this scope, and so that's a really good point, because nobody's doing that. And, you know, people add the CISO after like 3-4 years.
And that's where we fail, because now the security team is a department of no, and we end up becoming a afterthought. It's no longer adding by design. The only way it gets added into the design is right at the beginning, when the SDLC processes are non-existent, the culture is being established. That's when you want to enculturate, and that's when you want to build a shared mental model of bringing together that security focus. It also leads into the workforce discussion, right? Now, if you have engineers and developers who are security educated, they're champions right there for you, right? They are, as Ravinder mentioned, they're writing the code, and now they are also responsible for making sure it's secure code.
I think so. What you mentioned, it's people, process, and technology at the end of the day. And you know, starting with coaching and bringing that mindset is very important. And the other aspect becomes is that tooling also should be there, and all three need to be there together. And that's where, you know, one of the questions you asked me earlier, like what was my motivation and all, and the vision of Armor Code is 1-to-1. While like the larger companies like Boeing and all can afford to have like secure software development lifecycle, even a one-person startup should be able to do that. So that is the ultimate nirvana, if you will, with people, process, and technology, that from the first line of the code, it should be secure all the way to when you grow as big as Boeing.
Yeah, it can't be a barrier. That's totally the proper point on that. It can't be a barrier to entry for small startups to have security. And I think that's what it kind of by default has become is, oh, I won't go with this startup because I know they're not secure. That's kind of the big company view, right? I have to go with the incumbent or a big company that has a security department. And again, that's a mindset. That's not necessarily truth. It's a mindset. And so I think it's our job as security professionals to really close that gap of there shouldn't be a waste. It's ingrained in everything. You start day one with security, right? And that's really how it gets established. Because the other thing is when you build something and then try to secure it afterwards.
That's all
we do, right? We know how to do that. Okay, I got this thing right here. Now I'm gonna put a wall around it. And then everybody's trying to get to your assets and your data in there, but they can't get past that wall. Or once they're behind the wall, they can get to everything.
Exactly, right. They build the wall and then you drill holes.
Right, you drill holes. It's like Swiss cheese, right? It's just so yeah.
So recently, the federal government's secure software development framework, SSDF, has come out. Do you, and then actually this question for all of you who want to share an opinion, does having that structured guidance, does it matter? Is it going to be impactful in a positive way, or does it create more barriers to developing, shipping code faster and more securely?
Yeah, I think so. You have to start somewhere, right? And you need to have those guidance. And again, you know, I think so it's a great start. And you know, like last year we had government also came up with the software supply chain, and there was an executive order by President Biden about that as well. So I think so that's how it should start, and there will be iterations to it. The most important thing which gets me excited is at least people are thinking about it, and you know, nothing is perfect, but that's what I.
Yeah, I think that people need to remember, I think it's a good start, but people need to remember that most of the software we do today is built from pre-built packages that are open source that you sometimes don't even have control of. And so you need to understand what goes in there, and you can control your own code and your own build process and so on. You cannot control theirs. And like you build a house today, you don't start with building, nails and bricks and so on. You kind of pre-build all of that and just assemble it. So open source is kind of those bricks and nails. And so when you kind of assemble it, you need to have controls around it as well. So it's not just your own SDLC, it's understanding what you bring in and what is the quality and security of those pieces as well. And this is where kind of, pre-built packages of somebody that goes through evaluations and, SOC 2 and whatnot actually help you accelerate your innovation, because you can kind of count on them to be somewhat secure. It's going through the same process.
So I do have to disagree with you on that one. Compliance is not security. How many people agree with that, right? But I think it's still important. It's the first step in making sure that there are some hygiene practices. It's minimum table stakes. But too many times we tend to stop at the compliance. We don't look at beyond, hey, you have a SOC 2 break, but how efficient or how operationalized is your secure SDLC? Do you have the gates defined at your development, at your dev, QA, production releases that make sure that your product application is truly secure? And to me, that's just as important. But those discussions tend not to have or are highly frictional. So it's education again. We have this purple book community of security leaders, and one of our mission is democratizing software security. It's providing that resource, right? It's providing guidance to the wider business folks to make sure they understand it's not a culture of no, it's how can we partner and foster innovation.
A culture of how, and that's really what we want to get to. And so back to the SDLCs and we have DevOps and then add sec to it, DevSecOps. So we do all these things to make ourselves feel better with naming conventions and everything like that. But given that I'm from Boeing, I use an analogy with airplanes. And I always tell all my employees this: I will never get into an airplane with a pilot that does not use a checklist. I will also not get into an airplane with someone who's not a pilot who has that checklist. So it's not enough. It's minimum table stakes, but it's great framework, right? As an education, you have to have curriculum, right? And it serves as great curriculum to really make sure you hit all of the categories. But there's expertise levels as you go down and deeper and deeper. And that's really critical, right? And making sure that again, you have a pilot that knows how to use the checklist. You have security developers that know how to use the frameworks versus any developer without the knowledge, picking up a sheet of paper and going through and checking the box for compliance, not security, right?
So let's go back to a topic that we've heard about, I think, in each of our panels, which is automation. And we have one of the foremost experts in automation.
Part of it.
What are your thoughts on how applying automation in software development can be taken advantage of?
I think it's a must, right? So in many senses, it's almost like software quality. And maybe a contrarian view, for example, in none of my startups, we had a QA department. We did not. We just don't believe in it because it kind of throws the responsibility of the quality of the feature over the fence to the QA. Instead, we say, okay, the engineer has to take the feature all the way, including the testing and the system test and integration, everything. It's his responsibility for the feature to arrive in the hands of the customer. And if it's broken, it's his fault as well. You cannot blame it. The same goes for security. So we don't, or we shouldn't have anything that is outside of your normal build process. kind of running and testing for the security of your code. Like it has to be incorporated in your build, automated, making sure that you run SaaS and Dust, and you have some way of kind of aggregating and managing that, and some way of automatically opening maybe pull requests on issues that you found. So automation is pretty much the only way to go if you want to actually innovate and scale, right? Because otherwise it just slows you down. You don't have that.
And just to piggyback on that, and that's kind of the genesis of Armor Code is, and when we are pitching it to the investors and all, we were saying it was Demisto of AppSec. So what Demisto did it in the infrastructure space, and as you mentioned, SAST and DAST. And there are basically two ways, right? So one thing is when you're starting something new and you're coming from security background, yes, you can implement that, but going to the Boeing, right? And then we have like several Fortune 500 customers, and over there, they're going through a lot of challenges, if you will, right? So you have maybe 10,000, 20,000 developers, and you're moving it from once a year to once a week releases. And how do you do that? And we have customers who have like 5,000 pipelines. So they have migrated from, waterfall to agile. But when it comes to security, there are 50 AppSec engineers. And when you have 50 AppSec engineers, guess how many releases they were having in a month? Only 50, because you have to have a change control board and other things. And when you integrate into their solution or ingest, there are like over 1 million findings. And how do you secure that? And that's where, DevSecOps is one thing. What we believe is the AppSecOps, which is DevSecOps plus application security operations, and it goes back to automation. And love to hear Brian's perspective on how Boeing is doing that.
Yeah, and it's a journey, that's for sure. So you mentioned 20,000 developers, so, and that's once you know about it, because everybody's a developer these days, right? And so again, automation is vital. And the reason it's vital is because it does what you tell it to do. And once you tell it to do it right once, you get very, very good results for doing it again, right? And so leveraging all these tools and the CI/CD pipeline, right, where again, you don't want to have block point releases, right? And that's a bad word nowadays, right? Block point. What that means is I'm waiting, right? And so you have to have continuous testing, right? Continuous automation, because you can't staff just a QA department to just test. It's just not scalable. We're talking about speed of innovation, and you're not going to do anything with speed if you create bottlenecks, where you're creating change boards, release boards, outage windows, these things. No, you want to be able to release while you're still having users use the code, right? You don't want to take it down when you release and say, hey, the capability is now active. Okay, the next time they refresh, they get it, right? They don't notice that. That's where we need to be. And we need to be there security, which is also we have a lot of these contrarian views against speed. But I think, again, it's not trying to be the organization of no, it's trying to be the organization of how. But you can't just say, skip it, right? And I think we have done that in many cases as well.
Just to add real quick on that, right? Guardrails are important. And as automation, again, I have two views on that. The evangelistic view is automate as much as you can. In startups, in agile organizations, it's relatively simpler to automate. But when you look at the behemoths, the Boeings and other major organizations like that, it's not that simple to automate. And too many times the concept is you automate once and then you don't need to worry about it. That's not entirely true either. You're automating something that automation system itself needs caring and feeding.
Or you automate that process.
Or you automate
just quicker, better or worse quicker. Right?
It's garbage in, garbage out. So you have to clean up your process, as Nikhil mentioned, people, process, technology. You have to educate your people. You have to clean up your process. And then the technology automation comes into play, which is in a way the last step. The first two are the bigger challenges to the speed of innovation. If you automate, let's say, a CI/CD pipeline, release pipeline, but it's automated with the wrong process, so it's detecting far too many false positives. Doesn't matter, right? Your developer is eventually going to ignore this. And your CTO or the chief product officer is going to say, guys, go fish. I'm going to accept the risk. I need to release a product. We need to make revenue.
I think so. What you mentioned, though, guardrails alone are not sufficient, and what we call it as a governance and a guardrail. And the beauty of the automation is that if you find something is broken, you can actually go and fix it at one place, and it helps in the future. So I totally agree on that.
Yeah, for sure. But without automation, we all agree that it's not going to be.
Oh, absolutely. Automation is necessity, right? We've all heard about the shortage of workforce. There's no way we are going to find enough qualified people. On the other side, we have all these developers, all these engineers. What they do is write code. Let them help us automate. Let them diversify their skills so they have more options to do different things in their career.
Question for Nikhil. For companies that have that goal, that they want to instrument and automate their application development and security control checks, what's the barrier that stands in the way of achieving that? What's the biggest hurdle? Just jump over.
So I think so the way application security has been done traditionally is upside down, and it's more of at an inflection point. So historically what people were doing is I have to secure an application, and first thing is you buy a SaaS tool or a SCA tool or a DAS tool, and as Piyush mentioned that when you go and buy a scanner tools, you will generate thousands, and depending upon the organization size of going, like there will be millions of them. So the way we believe here is that, or I believe is that we need to take a step back and basically for developing a secure software, you need to have both the security and the development working hand in hand. Like you are a CISO here, right? And you have one application security engineer, 200 or 200 developers. So you have to have a true partnership with the development team. And so for doing that, from your perspective, you are answerable to the board, and you need the governance and you need the risk number. And I used to be a developer 20 years ago, and what a developer cares for is that, okay, it's a bug for me at the end of the day, and developers hate bugs. So if there could be a good synergy between the security team and the developers, where security team is good at what the best practices are, and you come up with a governance, and then you give a guardrail within which developers can move, because developer hate a kind of confined environment. So if, as long as with the help of automation, you can move between that. So the solution that I would recommend here is taking a step back, building the governance and the guardrail, and then buying the appropriate scanning tools. So just doing the security.
Yeah, I guess the other thing that's super important, I think, is speaking the same language. And sometimes, security folks speak one language and developers speak another. And so it's really important to kind of get down to the developers and explain in their language and use their tools as well. So if they use GitHub, you should use GitHub. You should create pull requests on them. You should explain, hey, here's the code that's wrong. And a lot of the security tools are just not there, right? So they give you like, oh, it's an XSS vulnerability, like the developer is, what the heck is that? I have no idea. Like I need to search on the web now what is cross-site scripting. And instead, you should be very approachable and use the same tools, which also will increase your velocity.
So you're saying an email to the developer with a PDF attachment.
It's the right way, yes.
And I think so. There was a gentleman that came here from, I guess, Swiss Post. He mentioned about the security champion. And I think so that's a great way. That's a kind of a middle ground, if you will, because you will never have enough security people, will not have enough time for the developers to learn that. And we have seen a lot of organizations where we are having like for one security engineer, there's a 10 security champion, and then for every 10 security champion, you have a developer. So, but again, I don't know what you are doing in going.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great concept because, again, we're not starting from ground zero. If we were, it'd be a lot easier to get to utopia than it is, but we have reality, and reality has problems. We have legacy code out there too. I think Boeing, I know we have one system that's like 40 years old. 40 years old, they weren't thinking security, right? So it's certainly not digital security or application security or anything like that. So you have, what we're talking about is, at a panel discussion, it's easy to say, well, here's utopia. It's much harder to say, but how do I get there from where I'm at, right? Because now it's reality, right? It's not theory anymore. I got to actually do something. And when you actually do stuff, you have to make concessions at some point, right? Or you never release. And so what are you making the right ones? Are we enabling the business with the knowledge to take on the right risk, the appropriate amount of risk? And the security champions bridge, I think, that gap between, hey, security is everyone's job, yes, but it wasn't. We can talk about it needs to be. There has to be a bridge. And that bridge is it's knowledge, right? And so having the security champions make it important for folks and get them up to speed and offer training and train the trainer, then they're trainers, right? It's the network effect.
So we look forward to 2023 with a combination of a lot of companies haven't come back fully to Davos yet. We also have macroeconomic trends where security budgets are going to tighten. What does your outlook look like this year in terms of secure software development, application security? How do we take advantage of those factors rather than have them as disadvantages in security? Any comments?
Absolutely, I think so. It's no longer a choice, if you will. In fact, there were some statistics that whenever economy is down, basically the hacks increase. So as a result, and if you look at companies like Zora, right, the 100% business is software at the end of the day. And so there's no way you could do that. Now, the other big challenge which is going to happen is, unfortunately, and I'm not sure, but a lot of places we are seeing either the budget is the same or in some places it's also getting cut. So automation will become even more important because this is like you have to understand, you have to have the value, and having a kind of a platform approach, as I said, like governance and guardrails and figuring it out. Somebody was saying there are like 2,000 or like 20,000 vendors which are there. Even in the software world, you have no idea how much of it is there. So you want to rationalize your tools. You want to make sure that I'm having a tool and it's being utilized. So there are, I think, so optimization that can be done. But I'd love to hear, the people like on the other side.
From my perspective, actually, when you have less of something like budget, people, and so on, you have to become more efficient. And to become more efficient, you have to automate and also to rely on external help. And here is where I think we are here to help, because if you're developing an app, there's basically no sense or reason for you to actually redevelop authentication and authorization from scratch. It just doesn't make sense. And so to us, we're looking for people using something like us much more than just redeveloping. So I'm looking for a really good 2023 for us.
Ryan, 2023 outlook for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of big companies and even some of the smaller ones are really dealing with the last couple of years eroding a lot of their discretionary budgets, right? And an increase in virtual work, which is an increase in exposure on many fronts. So you have this impact of, yeah, we have less budget, but we got to do more. Right? And it's sort of a dichotomy. And the people are going to lead you to innovative solutions, right? They have to. And so that's really, I think, where you got to start. What you have to do is continue with your education programs, right? Continue to make things easier. But the other thing I think we need to really realize is get more standard. In big companies, I always say it in we've never met a standard we don't like because we choose them all, and that's not choosing any, right? And so what we were really trying to bear down in is we got to get to a limited set of, well, just call them things, because it could be many things that, applications, servers, your standards will allow you to become experts in those standards and secure them much more efficiently than trying to secure anything and everything that's out there. So choose a path, get secure, then expand, right? You can innovate, right? But do we really need to have applications on separate versions of hardware? Or can we at least get down to the same hardware or different cloud instances? Or again, when you're making these decisions of choosing more and more of everything because it's the developer's favorite tool or it's the business's favorite tool or they have a relationship with this, now you have multiple things and you're just making it harder. So you need the business's help in becoming efficient as well and to really convey that what they're doing. Because a lot of times they don't realize the expense they're injecting into the system.
Last word.
So it's twofold, right? If I look at how 2023 is becoming, it's cost efficiency is a buzzword. But what does that really mean? So you have to, in one of the previous panels, we talked about speaking the same language as a business. That becomes the most critical aspect of what we have to do. We have to be able to quantify the risk for the business and have those discussions of, it's about risk tolerance. What is the level of risk the business is willing to tolerate? And that then dictates how do you spread the limited amount of pennies or dollars you have and what decisions you make around it. So having those tough conversations with the board, with the CFO, with the C-suite, it's very important now more than ever.
Great. That wraps up our time, Val.
It's all for now. Yes.
So thank all of our panelists and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. A little bit of kind of change in the schedule and so that we can carry on this program and also come, get out of this place when they need us to. So this we're going to next move to the critical infrastructure panel. And there's a little bit of switch to that as well. I accommodated a friend who's traveling a little bit late, and I will invite my good friend Francesco Mosca here to start, kick it off, and get the panelists introduced. So thank you.
Oh, that's me.
I was about to say. I was about to say. Actually, I'm worried about the opposite, right? Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, very shy. Sorry.
Okay, switch on. Okay. Thank you so much. And hi. Thank you so much. And yes, there has been some small changes in the program, but we're all good. And I'm super happy to have the fellow panelists together with me today. I would like just to start with a brief intro. And I will hand the floor. So my name is Francesco Bosco, and I'm at the Cyberbase Institute. Just a little bit about myself. Actually, I started, let's say, many years ago. That's why I know Michael. I started many years ago, working on cybercrime, cybersecurity, and working mostly for international organizations. And actually, I was thinking about it today because my last Davos with the World Economic Forum, when I was working before, it was in 2020, so the year of the pandemic. I decided to leave the forum and to, what I always say, jump on the other side of the fence to join a civil society organization. So to join an NGO that is based in Geneva, Cyberbase Institute. And the reason was because I was really moved by the mission and vision, which is cybersecurity for the most vulnerable. And interestingly, in the first year of existence of the Institute, we were faced with what is the most vulnerable. And because of the pandemic, the healthcare sector was indeed, immediately identified as one of the most vulnerable. Second challenge that we had was, okay, but what we can add as a civil society organization working in a field like, for example, monitoring attacks against critical infrastructure, namely the healthcare sector. And one of the things that we found challenging was nobody's talking about what's happening to people. So very practically, to give you an idea of a sense of what we do, is that we started this platform by which we are not only monitoring attacks against critical infrastructure, specifically healthcare, but also explaining what it means for people when a cyber attack hit the hospital. So how many ambulances redirected? How many people could not get vaccines? How many people had to reschedule surgery, for example? And so thanks to this, we are engaging with the community, and Michael is a good partner of ours. And we are talking to policymakers saying, well, maybe we need to think about better regulation and policies. And this is also some of the things that we're going to discuss today. And we are now replicating the same capability for monitoring attacks in the context of civilian infrastructure in the Ukraine conflict, and also in monitoring attacks against humanitarian organizations. So that's in a nutshell what we do. Brief intro, but I will now hand over to Michael, brief intro, and then we kick off.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Daniel. I'm currently president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance, which is a nonprofit threat sharing organization based in the United States, but we are global. Prior to CTA, I served for 4.5 years as President Obama's cybersecurity advisor on the National Security Council staff.
I was going to say good morning, but I think it's good afternoon. Norma Graham, Vice President and Chair of the Cybersecurity, Privacy, and Digital Innovation Practice at Vance Goyk Associates. I started my cyber practice focusing on critical infrastructure in 2005. Prior to that, I worked in the U.S. government, like many people, at the U.S. Departments of Commerce, State, FEMA, and Transportation. So happy to talk about critical infrastructure today.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Schrull. I'm the CISO for Qualys. I've been a practitioner, cybersecurity practitioner for 20-something years, started my career like many in the military in the US Navy as a lieutenant commander, focused on intelligence. But since I understood how computers worked, I quickly got brought into more of the cyber attack, cyber analysis side of the house. Spent 12 years with the state of Colorado as a CISO. So working to try to protect all of our voting systems before it was the vogue thing to talk about over the past election and how it was potentially stolen, I guess, or not stolen. But believe it or not, we were concerned about election security well before that election in the US. And then now at Qualys, focus on protecting, I wouldn't say we're a critical infrastructure provider, but we definitely work with a lot of critical infrastructure companies as they assess their risk and vulnerabilities associated with attacks that we see today. Then spent 5 years with Microsoft leading our incident response practice. So was on the ground at Mirrors, Merck, and some of the other big names that have been out there in terms of a response category to get those operations back online.
Good afternoon. My name is Amitabh Singh. I'm the CEO for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Palo Alto Networks. Been with Palo for about 2 years, and prior to that, I was the CISO for Industries American Express joint venture based here in Switzerland. And prior to that, I was a top man for security, security. I've been working with companies like HSBC, IT and IT infrastructure and security. In the last few years, and also with my work background, I've been working with the companies that have been responsible for critical infrastructure security, critical infrastructure management. And in the last 1 year, we've seen a huge traction in terms of the companies trying to understand how exactly do they need to secure themselves, especially after the war has started. So I've been consulting with a lot of companies here in Europe in terms of how they actually prevent those kind of attacks happening. And it's interesting that the definition of critical infrastructure industry, how it's actually evolved from the standard definition of energy, banking, and also digital services provider like cloud service provider, to pretty much encompass a lot more other things out here. That is where I think we need to also look at the definitions of what exactly is critical infrastructure, because the definitions have changed quite a lot, especially after the EU directives have changed from 2016 to last year onwards.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the intro. Actually, to kick off the panel, I want to share a personal, let's say, anecdote. And almost 15 years ago, I started working with a UN organization that is dealing with crime and justice. We had this sort of like habit with my colleagues that were working on many different fields like counterterrorism, CBRN management, or countering organized crime and so on, to have a way of like challenging our preparedness and our way of thinking. It was like think like a criminal and think like a terrorist, right? To try to think what they would do. And it was, and since the very beginning, I was challenging them because it was like, well, I would use cyber, and everybody was looking at me like, no, there's no blood in cyber, and no, I mean, it's like your computer stuff. And for 15 years, I dealt with that, and I was like, really, seriously, if I were a terrorist, I would like try to, to shut down, for example, electricity in a city. It's a very practical thing that impacts people. And then, not far too long ago, we're plenty of cases, and some were mentioned, but like Colonial Pipeline attack happened. So as we often say, it's a matter of when and not if. Still, even acknowledging that we're talking a lot about a systemic challenge, right? It's often difficult to translate this into practical terms, and also the strategic approach that we are all kind of like calling for is very difficult to make it practical. And I'm turning specifically to Jonathan. You also mentioned your great expertise throughout working like with governments, with private sector. So in a sentence, what's not working? Meaning that I would like to know from you, on one hand, what's not working, but also on a more constructive, let's say, side. What shifts might be needed in terms of like, for example, current risk management approach to really move towards a more concrete and impactful protection of critical infra?
Wow, I'm not sure I can answer that in one sentence, but I will say, listen, critical infrastructure is one of those areas that has probably been, in terms of protection, underfunded. It is everywhere and managed by multiple different layers within our communities. And when I say underfunded, if you think about the scope, like let's think about delivery of safe water, and I'm sure it's similar in Europe or Asia, but in the US, you'll have a city that has 5,000 individuals and an IT staff of 1, and they're going to be responsible for managing a plant system with technology that was built 35 years ago, can be updated. Potentially the supplier of that technology is out of business. And so the complexity, I think, of this challenge of securing critical infrastructure is pretty enormous. Now, with that said, when I look at like the incidents that I've responded to that we can talk about publicly or been viewed publicly, it does go down to the fundamentals of security. Colonial Pipeline, for example, was a stolen password for a VPN device that led into this control system. Is that a novel attack? No, it's not a novel attack. And there were other breaches of critical infrastructure that we investigated that was very similar. Hey, it's a air gap system, but the engineer that brought their computer and plugged into that air gap had malware embedded. And guess what? The signatures on that computer have not been updated in the last 6 months, right? And so, a lot of those we see as significant lapses in just the basic cybersecurity hygiene and fundamentals. I think one of the challenges is around definition of critical infrastructure. At times when we think hospitals that get hit, I think we always think medical devices. But oftentimes, for some of the things we investigated, it was ransomware not against medical devices, but it was against a spreadsheet that was essential to scheduling hospital appointments and surgeries. And it's like, holy cow, we have one spreadsheet on one person's computer that suddenly wasn't backed up and is gone. Is that critical infrastructure? I don't know. I mean, it definitely had life safety impact potentially on individuals. So I think our ability to define and assess risk is pretty challenging in this environment, and not all stakeholders are involved, right? So the people that live in that city of 5,000 people, are they asked if they're willing to accept the risk of a potential impact to their water system. I don't think they are, and I don't know if they know, right? But if someone said, hey, listen, we have one person and we're spending, $100,000 to secure this system, would they feel good about that? But I'm not sure those questions are being asked necessarily either.
I'd like to just add to that. I think my friend Marcel is sitting in the audience out here. EU is actually trying to say that the postal services will also be included in some part of the critical infrastructure, because they provide something really important to remote communities. And the financial services are provided by the postal services. So for that, Jonathan is absolutely right. The definition of critical infrastructure is so tough. It's such a tough piece to actually grasp. How do you actually find out what is critical infrastructure? Is it that? Is it the supermarket that's possibly the only supermarket within 100 miles of any community out there? There was a case last year when a large chain of supermarkets was hacked in Sweden, and we already read about it, where a lot of food had to be thrown out. And since the war again, that has been termed as one of the critical infrastructure. So that's absolutely precisely the point that Jonathan has raised. It's important that we need to start defining clear-cut definitions of what happens, and then at that point of time, understand two things. One, what is the regulatory aspect of it? And I think the panel also before that also talked about it, compliance and then real cybersecurity, and then make sure that we do the right things for the companies there.
I'm going to jump in. I don't know necessarily that it's a lack of understanding as to what is critical infrastructure. I think it's about helping those who are critical infrastructure understand their roles and responsibilities in delivery of product or service. And I think that some of them may not understand their critical components in a supply chain. And certainly in the instance of the pandemic, when we were looking at some of the new pharmaceutical companies manufacturing COVID vaccines, the US government and other governments identified very small manufacturers that were critical to that process. So I think we need greater education within, I hate this term, but the critical infrastructure ecosystem and how they rely on each other, because we've always talked about cyber risk to the healthcare industry for years. But I think the healthcare industry necessarily didn't understand what we were talking about. Their view was that they've had HIPAA for forever. And when you try to explain to the healthcare community, hospitals, healthcare providers, and medical device manufacturers that HIPAA was about data security, not physical security impacts. If there was a catastrophic attack on a hospital, for instance, I think that's what we have to help work through. And I remember talking to a room full of about 50 CEOs of hospitals, and I said, if there was a cascading impact in your hospital and you ended up having, I think they were all represented 5,000 people, 5,000 fatalities as a result of a cybersecurity attack, what will you do, right? Let's focus on the impact and work backwards. It was interesting, it was about 10 years ago. They said, well, I will just sue the medical device manufacturer where the attack came in through. So again, I don't want to go on too long, but I think at least in the US and the EU around the world, governments are trying to say to owners and operators of critical infrastructure, we are going to hold you responsible. And you have to understand what your supply chain is. That may not make it right that they own all of the risk, but we have to figure out a way to capture them.
Can I jump on this? And actually, that's very interesting because I wanted to comment what Jonathan was mentioning before, and also you pick up. I remember I was often asked to comment when a crime happened, and to me, what I was trying to explain, also Norma, to your point, to specifically people working at Ministry of Health or in hospitals, it was one of your weakest points are the cleaning services, because cleaning services people have access often to critical information that you don't even know, the famous spreadsheet, right? And people don't think in that terms because they are used to thinking in terms of still physical security, simply translating it into cybersecurity is not working. I was kind of intrigued because I'm always call myself a recovering lawyer because I'm ashamed of saying that I studied law, but I didn't want to go into law. And so, but I still get the point about definitions. So I'm curious, and it was interesting the challenge that Norma posed about, okay, let's define, but then let's understand what it means to define in terms of our roles and responsibilities. Since you have a wealth of expertise on this, Amitabh, what's happening at the EU level?
I think the EU is trying to actually structure very clear norms for the critical infrastructure industry. So first, they've actually defined which are the critical infrastructure industry in the first place, and then which are the ancillary ones. And for the first part, they've come out with a law, the NIS2 directive that came out late last year, that all countries, first, all the 27 member states have to actually agree to create laws in the next 18 months, which is by 2024. And by spring 2025, the compliance would start for all the critical infrastructure companies. What it clearly says is that they have to have not just compliance in terms of this, they have to provide evidence for compliance, which means it would be quite not easy for a lot of companies, something that Jonathan was talking about, that we are talking about industries that have been, or companies that have been there for the last 50 to 70 years. And it's interesting that Michael and I were talking yesterday, we were discussing, and we clearly agree that there's a slight difference in the US because a lot of it is mostly in the private sector, but in Europe, it's primarily in the public sector domain, where it's not really, I would say, let me use a little bit controversial word, not exactly a vote-catching thing if you're investing into critical infrastructure to operate the security, because these companies have been providing water, electricity, other utilities for the last 70 years. So why exactly do you want to invest in them? But the compliance has become mandatory, and I think to that extent, it's going to have a push because there has been a lot of lag in terms of investment onto this. There's a lot of awareness that has come in since the war has happened. So we are going to see a lot of push towards investment into this. And again, what Michael explained to me yesterday was quite eye-opening when he said, what do you think about the incident response of communities, of companies which are into this area? And I would doubt whether most of the critical infrastructure industries have very well laid down practices. And then the conversation started about, do they have the right people? Do they have the right resources to do that? I mean, I would again talk about Swiss Post here that has been thinking about this, creating a governance body about security and doing that out here, because it's primarily responsible for not just delivering it, they are responsible for virtually keeping communities connected out here in the mountains. If you're in the remote areas, probably you'll actually, your only way of transport is through some of the Swiss Post passes, I say. But outside of that, once you get into those areas, so let's not talk about the city where we're talking about a disaster happens and immediately everything is noticed. In the remote communities, it's become a big challenge about that. And I think that's where the European community is trying to create a structure that you have to provide the same services, regardless of whether you're providing it to Paris or really a distant suburb of France where you have only a community of about 1,000 people.
Thank you so much. And I mean, to draw a parallel, let's say on the other side of the ocean, Norma, what's happening in the US?
You know, I think we've had a phased approach in the United States when we look at what cybersecurity regulations are of different sectors. And certainly banking financial services has been heavily regulated for cybersecurity for many, many years. But if you juxtapose that with the energy industry, so electric utilities in the United States get to write their own regulations. That is very unique. No other industry is allowed to do that. And then you've had this variability where you've had transportation, right? An industry where safety is paramount to movement of people and goods that had no cybersecurity requirements until just a few years ago. Healthcare is something in between. And if you look at least at the 16 or 17 sectors that we have in the United States now, that level of regulation just is completely uneven. And that's why I think at this point, the Biden-Harris administration has been very focused, I think, on trying to level that playing field across the board. And we've always talked about public-private partnerships, right? If you know that this is an imperative and you voluntarily meet whatever goal to achieve safe and secure delivery of services, then maybe not as much regulation. But I think what the administration is saying is uneven application within public and private sectors. And so we do have a White House National Cyber Strategy coming out soon, but more importantly, the directive I think is coming from the White House is that all sectors must have regulations for cybersecurity. And any agency in the United States that has regulatory authority is given the mandate to go use it almost immediately. And I'll just say this and then pause. I always like to say, let's focus on the outcome. Because if the outcome is safe delivery of drinking water and making sure that wastewater systems are doing their job, then think about what the new risk is, right? We think like the attacker, where do you need to protect your systems? And if it's publicly delivered services, it is equal challenge between the US and the EU and around the world for resources and expertise. But the bottom line is, if you know you're supposed to, if you put people on a plane, they have to get where they need to go safely, right? Understand what that cyber risk is across all sectors. And that should at least be a common sense approach to what is expected of you. How you get there and how you're regulated may be harder, but I think that's the direction the US is going.
Actually, it made me think that more and more, for example, so at the Institute, we start talking more and more about vital infrastructure, more than critical, really knocking it down to which are these services that are vital for people to continue basically their life and to progress and foster and so on, but actually that are really critical for their existence, more than the functioning, let's say, of certain type of industry. I'm thinking about what you were mentioning, and this translates also into requirements, right? Because before we talk about compliance, so how you make sure, let's say from a law standpoint, then you obey to that kind of like compliance requirements. I know you have a wealth of expertise in this, and Michael, can you walk us through the mandatory requirements and also how the different sectors are basically coping with that?
Well, so what I would just, building on what Norma was saying is that, in the United States, we don't have a single regulatory framework for cybersecurity across all of our critical infrastructures. And we never will. We're not in the United States. That's just not politically how we work. And so we will eventually get there by having, an array of different requirements that are put on by the different regulators and slowly working towards greater harmonization across those sectors. But one of our big challenges that we've actually had in this space, it actually goes back to something that was being discussed on the very first panel by Sachin from Security Scorecard, which is we lack data. And this is an issue that CPI deals with and all of us struggle with, right? Which is we actually don't know what the denominator of bad stuff happening in cyberspace is. And so if you ask the cybersecurity companies, is the problem getting worse? Yes. Well, how much worse? Worse. Yeah, it's worse than yesterday. Well, how much worse? Well, we don't know, right? And so one of the realizations that we've had is that absent a requirement for companies to actually tell the government what is happening to them, they won't. And if they aren't telling the government to centralize some of those statistics, we will never have those statistics. And so one of the things that has happened, and you see it in the NIS2 directive, you see it now in a law that goes by the acronym CIRCIA, the Critical Infrastructure Reporting, or the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act in the United States. Australia now has a law on the books. India has a law on the books for companies to actually, that is mandatory for companies to report when they have cyber incidents. In the United States, we are now going through the process of actually figuring out how to write the regulation to implement that requirement, because now you get back to the definition question. Okay, so we now have to define what a covered entity is. Are you actually required to report? Sorry, Boeing, you're critical infrastructure. You're going to be required to report. Sorry, Brian.
Bad news.
Yeah, bad news. But to Norma's point, there's actually going to have to be. We are finally going to actually have to build the capacity in the government, in the U.S. government, to actually answer the question: are you in the critical infrastructure sector or not? Because you will actually we'll have to make a decision about whether or not you're required to report. And then we'll have to actually make a determination about what is a cyber incident, right? And what a cyber incident is to Boeing is very different than what a cyber incident is to the small water utility or to the state of Colorado. And so we're going to have some variability and allow for that in the definition. So we've got a lot of work to do. Oh, and then by the way, can we do this in a way that allows for sort of a few other things? One of which is that the first report about a cyber incident is wrong. So you're going to have to allow for the fact that all of these reports are going to have to be updatable because we're going to learn more as we go along. And the second thing is you're actually requiring companies to report when they by definition have had a bad day with a capital B and a capital D, right? So reporting to the government is not going to be the #1 priority on anybody's list. So how do you actually make sure that the burden of this reporting requirement is not so heavy that you are affecting companies' ability to actually deal with the incident that's prompting the reporting requirement in the first place? So this is an area that a lot of work is going into. The Cyber Threat Alliance and other nonprofits and other companies in the US have put together a framework that we are actually working on, that we made specific for the US, but we're actually working on an international version of that framework that we're actually hoping to get out in the next few weeks that proposes some ways to answer some of these questions.
And one thing to add there, I won't mention which reporting law this is, but when we think about how we ask companies to report, one of the laws isn't just incident, but suspected incidents, including DDoS attacks that have no impact. And the method for reporting them is by a fact on a daily basis. Now, I won't mention what law that is, but how on earth would you ever expect a company doing business online of any size to ever be able to meet those reporting requirements? I mean, and without some automated, agreed upon mechanism for reporting those, yes. Right? So anyway, there's some real challenges even with, in this country we operate where we're trying to comply with the law, but the volume, and again, incident, a DDoS attack that has no impact to me is not an incident, that's an event that we're managing. Yeah. So definitions definitely matter when you're trying to comply with these laws.
The other piece, we have both incident reporting, we have incident notification, and to Michael's point about harmonization, there is a requirement in the US law that there's harmonization amongst the US regulators. And so we will see, Michael and others, how that will work. Because when you talk about those independent regulatory agencies, there is, Michael knows from being in the White House, there's a different bully pulpit and trying to get people to get on the same page. And so I think harmonization within US regulators, global, I mean, trying to make it easier for companies to report, and then making sure that there are protections for the information that are given to the US government or to any government, right? The goal is not that any company that provides this information, their information can be then sent to 1 million people, whether through US FOIA or state and local laws or other things. It has to be protected. And I mean protected from both discovery in the legal sense, but also protected from a security perspective. And we do have a lot of regulators who would like to see everything, but Norma's opinion only, I am not positive that all those agencies can protect the volume of data themselves. But we know agencies and governments in general also have to manage their own cybersecurity.
That's a really good point, because once you have that, where in my experience is once that's been there, the translation into the companies becomes an important thing. So Jonathan mentioned it and Norma did too, in terms of how does it actually translate to the companies. And I think for the companies, as a practitioner, I would advise to start defining what exactly are the playbooks. And most of the companies that I know do not have that. We also talked about the fact that most of the companies in the critical infrastructure industry are still looking at hiring the right kind of resources. So yes, in spite of all of that, try and get the right resources in terms of defining what is it that we are talking about in terms of managing cyber incidents. I know we have had issues with the definition, but at least when we see a ransomware, we know what it looks like, what it feels like. Try and have the right kind of experts who are on call to make sure that you have the right kind of forensics plane of the picture, so that you're able to clearly isolate the patients you at that point of time, which machine started the infection, what exactly happened, and then try and isolate the networks. I think all of those things have to be in place for the critical infrastructure industry. It's been there for long for a lot of other companies so far. They've been doing it. I know if you include financial industry as critical industry, they have been at the forefront of doing this quite well. But it's time that we use the same playbooks for other parts of the industry that have recently thought that they are completely aloof or area as we thought, like electricity or other.
I mean, I will say that, and just to build on that point, we can make great use of these reporting requirements, right? You can think of multiple use cases for these. I mean, one is that trend analysis that I was talking about earlier. Like you can start to see, is it getting worse or better by sector, right? You can also use it for indications and warning. Like if you start to see reports coming in from a sector that, you know, the responsible governments can actually notify the other companies in that sector of something, you know, bad happening, right? We can also use it as a way to begin to build some of the playbooks to understand how the bad guys are doing what they're doing, to get ahead of what they are doing so that we can do a better job interdicting them. So there's a lot of advantages that can come from these, you know, requirements if we implement them correctly.
Thank you so much. And I know we have like 5 minutes left. So I wanted to wrap up and also ask maybe one last question, which is always the question that I hate that I'm asked when I'm a panelist. So I'm very happy to be the chair in this case. So, well, to wrap up a bit, I mean, I think it was very helpful to start with Jonathan to talk about, okay, reality is, it's an underfunded, let's say, challenge, compare, let's say, to the context. And I think there was a very good setup of the context. Maybe we should start and go back to basic, let's say, cyber regimes and fundamentals. At the same time, the need for a critical infrastructure definition, or at least agreed understanding, let's call it this way, and how basically EU and the US are dealing with that from a regulatory standpoint, and how it translates into reporting requirements, and how these reporting requirements represent a burden, but at the same time also an opportunity. The question that I want to ask you all, and you started hinting at it more in terms of like, so it's in this sort of like, kind of like, I would say gray zone, not gloomy scenario, but in this sort of like very challenging set that we define. I would ask you what's the one thing that you would do, but actually I would like to ask you not so much from your company perspective, from your organization perspective, but you as an individual. I mean, what is the thing that you're kind of like committed to when it comes to critical infrastructure protection? Amitabh.
So for me, clearly, is it about not just raising awareness, because that I think is given. I think to talk to the industries and to the various companies within the critical infrastructure industry to help them create a security roadmap for how to achieve certain things. Because one of the toughest thing to actually say is that if you buy it, because security is not like a fever that you take a paracetamol or a Tylenol and it goes away. It requires a certain kind of a roadmap, certain kind of a structure that you need to build certain things in the basics, and then you keep on adding on all the way till having application security into place. So because of that, it's important that the roadmap has to be defined, and that's what I personally would do for the critical infrastructure industry, to create the right kind of a roadmap, which is then accepted by the board, and then they have something on which they can implement security measures and also compliance and adherence to an ISO.
Sounds like a plan. Jonathan.
I can't get it down to one, but I'll give you two. How's that? So I think one, listen, is a shared responsibility. We have to hold I won't say device manufacturers of critical infrastructure accountable for creating secure and resilient systems. And again, whether that's adopting standards, regulations through contracts, at the end of the day, it really is their responsibility. They're selling these products into the market. And then I think the second is we need to get resources, and I'm not just talking dollar, but talent, to the people running critical infrastructure. And of anything, when we talk about like cybersecurity shortage, listen, it's hard to find a tier 1 SOC analyst. Now find someone who can do incident response on a power system and has experience working in a power grid. good luck. I mean,
Yeah, there are 4 of them.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
world.
In the US. And so, how on earth do we expect the people running these, critical infrastructure to do it well if they don't have the resources? So I think those are the 2 challenges that I think really need to be focused on.
Well, if I don't have to pick one, that's fantastic. I have 3. The first,
I'm not going to do 4.
I have 3 points. The first is I want a good start, actually more foundation. We need to debunk for everyone who has this responsibility that cybersecurity is not a scary thing that only 3 people in the basement understand, right? We're going to debunk it. If you understand it, you can manage it, right? That's step 1. Step 2 is that failure is not an option, right? After the Ukraine, the war in the, I said after, if only, with the continuing war in the Ukraine, we have seen Russia propagating incredibly innovative attacks on critical infrastructure, taking out Viasat and satellite access. When I used to talk to people about that, they would say that is an excellent movie that will never happen, right? So reality is here now. And the third is if you are a private company, understanding that net impact to whomever you are is critical. So you should be able to allocate those resources and find an analogy for your company. If you are regulated for safety, understand what cyber's impact is to it, right? Analogies to your company and to your board make it easier. And for those in the public sector, they do desperately need expertise and funding to help them get there. And so I'll stop at my 3, but there's a lot more to do and we can do it together. It's not something that people should be afraid of.
Yeah, so I would say that there are really sort of 2 areas that are related that I think about that are variations of what the other panelists have said. One is that cybersecurity has both a private value to companies and individuals because there's a value in securing your assets, but there's also a public value in that, and there is a public good aspect in security, cybersecurity, because of how we are all interconnected. And then the second thing is we really need to move towards that world where cybersecurity is baked in and cybersecurity and insecurity is opt out. It's not where you have to opt into security, where you have to work at being secure. You actually want people to have to work at being insecure. And then we can rely on normal human laziness to work for us instead of against us, and use that to our advantage so that the easy option is the secure option. And when that is the easy option, most people will take it and will be in a much more secure world.
You have a career in marketing in front of you, so thank you so much for the slogan of the day, I have to say. I really like the insecurities opt out. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
So for the next panel, we'll have to just power through, okay, and just start the music and people feel really relaxed and go on. No, yeah, after, so good. Not that drastic change yet. We used up all our buffers, so we'll just go through one by one. And there is food and coffee on the side, so they will bring out if you feel like, just please feel free to go grab them. Okay, so the next one is actually probably the most prominent, so to speak, in the minds of everyone in terms of what the days we're living in. Cyber war and cyber peace. We had this conversation, I think, almost in every cyber future dialogue last several years. The last one was Rod was there, and we saluted after that. Okay, you know what? We'll conquer this. But you know, naturally, we are seeing that there are more challenges now than ever before. And practically speaking, in Ukraine, we are seeing the ramification, but actually it's reverting for the entire world. So I would love to get my panelists on this, and I find an excuse to sit down this time. So I will moderate this panel very selfishly. So please come up, Stephen DeGreen, please. Patty McGinnis and Kirill and Ron.
So this, I would say, is a little bit of an open forum because this is still we're very open. We have not really defined what cyber peace is. It's not necessarily the absence of war, but there's so much in between the gray area, right? And I'm so glad to have a organization which is named after this Cyber Peace Institute. So, Stephen, let you get introduced first, and then we'll go around.
Thank you very much for the invitation. So Cyber Peace Institute, Stefan Tucan, I'm the CEO of the Institute. We are a Geneva-based non-for-profit, so NGO, and long story short, we are supporting the most vulnerable in cyberspace because that's the whole idea of cyber peace. It's a state of play in cyberspace, where everyone can enjoy their security and stability and their rights recognized. So that's what we are working on by providing for free cybersecurity to the most vulnerable, specifically the humanitarian sector. By, it was mentioned by Michael Daniel before, tracing cyber attacks, so that we provide information about cyber attacks as a public good, and also try to provide this knowledge to policymakers to change the rules of the world.
So, thank you, Stephen, for all the work you do. And
thank you very much. My name is Paddy McGuinness. I'm a senior advisor at Brunswick Group, which is a critical issues firm globally. And we help mainly listed companies with their significant issues, amongst which include our technology risks. And my background is in national security in the United Kingdom, latterly as Prime Minister's Deputy National Security Advisor for Intelligence, Security and Resilience, where I oversaw the UK cyber programs. So I find myself advising the leadership of larger companies as they deal with cyber risks, cyber events, ransomware, state attacks, and the like. So I have experience both in government service in responding to it, causing them, and in private service in helping people deal with them or prevent them.
My name is Kevin Shrook. I'm a CIO at Ukr Telecom. We are the biggest fixed telco in Ukraine. We provided services for more than 2,000 cities around the whole country. And for now, we control more than 87% of our network. So we provide services in each part of the country where we can physically. I have 20 years experience in IT, so in operation and management. So I started my CIO role here the last 7 years, and for the last 7 years, 6 years, we are in the cyber war, and we are facing a different attack. But from the last February, the numbers of attacks increased dramatically. So we appreciate to have me here. We appreciate all help and support from this community, and we will be happy to share our experience, insights, and what we gain from this cyber war.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with all of you, and salute to Val for creating this organization, this dialogue with all of you. I'm Rod Beckstrom. I've been a Silicon Valley entrepreneur for most of my life since graduating from Stanford. Started my first company when I was 24, took it public in fintech. And then I was in New York on 9/11 when the towers got attacked and hit, and my life shifted, and I've been working for peace ever since. But I've taken on different roles for the US government. I work for 4 cabinet members, all the leaders of national security, director of national intelligence, 2 different jobs, secretary of defense, the attorney general, because I ran the FBI center for a while. The FBI center reported to me, as well as the NSA center, the other top US cyber centers, and the secretary of DHS. So, and then after that, I ran ICANN, which is a global internet coordination body, which is important for global collaboration and peace. And I've been engaged in track 2 diplomacy very actively since 9/11. And so one of the notable accomplishments of that process is I helped initiate the Indo-Pac peace process in 2003 that brought an end to the Indo-Pac War of 1999 that almost went nuclear twice. I was also the key facilitator in the discussions with the Ayatollahs of Iran here in Switzerland in 2012 and got to the breakthrough so that we were able to restore diplomatic relations between the US and Iran. And I'm often involved in deconfliction in global internet and cybersecurity issues between superpowers and other parties. So that's what I really do. That's my life, calling, and work. So honored to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you, and an honor to have you all here. I think that you can imagine this panel is not only champions of peace, but also defenders of peace, right? And so much as we are all. And I think it's what we want to share with the rest of the community here is how can we actually get to a state of equilibrium, so to speak, and cyber peace. So Stefan, a little bit about your mission and the work that you do, and how do you effectively execute that work on the cyber peace front?
I'm happy.
It's working, I think.
And it works. Sure. You got the one. So I think it's worth detailing what we are doing in the context of the invasion of Ukraine for almost 1 year now, where we started tracing cyber attacks as soon as basically the borders was crossed, but we had already some information gathering that was happening before. So in a nutshell, we are now around 1,000 campaigns of cyber attacks that has been deployed since the invasion. It's been done by more than 72 threat actors. We are tracing cyber attacks that are targeting specifically civilian and civil infrastructure, and we see this happening across 22 different sectors. But interestingly, these attacks are targeting civilian and civil infrastructure outside of the conflict area. So now civilian and civil infrastructure are targeted within 37 different countries. So to go back to your question before about the question of war, of peace, this shows how what we think we knew in terms of escalation, in terms of spread, in terms of using all the means that you have at your hand in order to provoke harm has been totally shattered by this conflict. So the work of Cyber Peace Institute here is to make sure that this is a public good knowledge so that policies can be informed in this context, but also that we have more information about the real, what makes sense at the end of the day, which is the real human impact of these cyber attacks. That's quite important. So that's the work that we are doing. We did it in healthcare. So we created the first public good online platform tracing cyber attacks against healthcare. And this information was used by policymakers in the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group and others in order to understand the problematic and to look into discussion about critical infrastructure, as we said before. And we see this with this platform question that are rising. What is the responsibility, for example, of private sector actors when they are providing cybersecurity services in the context of an armed conflict? Because now there's a big questioning in terms of what this means in terms of peace and in terms of war. Another one is the civilization, how civilians are actively participating to warfare. Last figure, and I will stop. Out of these attacks that I was just mentioning, more than 80%, 80, are performed by activists, by groups that have nothing to do with military. And they are taking active part to ongoing warfare.
Thank you. That's expansive. Like, it's not just one military action against another country or nation state, but it's surrounded by a lot of enabling bodies. Probably that is where you can throw a little bit of light in terms of the public and the private organized crime that's been going on, and nation state taking advantage of that. And I know.
I have, thank you. I mean, first of all, it's always humbling, frankly, to be on the panel with Ukrainian colleagues and to meet with them. It's humbling because, frankly, they've been our front line and they've been living this not since February, not since the November build-up of attacks, rather clumsily done, but for years and years and years. And it isn't just that they're showing us what can happen with what naturally this group would talk about, the code, the networks, the data repositories, et cetera, but they are living the application of electronic warfare in a way that we haven't seen. And I think as we talk about this and as we talk about the effects that we see, there's a tendency for us to rush towards those cyber events which are part of our lives. So whether or not ransomware groups have been drawn into this, which is a really good question and leads us to an important place, and the extent to which known systems that we run are being affected. It's worth, I would like just for a moment, before I answer your question, just to stand back slightly and say, okay, what have we seen about state and societal vulnerability given the Ukrainian experience? And what we've seen absolutely is something that relates to network systems. We've also seen, and I think the Virus Act example was cited, we've seen that which is a classic, attempted intrusion through a network system. But we've also seen interference and downlinks from satellites, which luckily satellite providers have largely been able to avoid. And we've seen the distortion of GPS signal that we've also seen around Syria, which calls into question a whole range of resiliencies in systems that we depend on, including the 5G or 4G signal we're dependent on here as we use our phones and pumps for fuel and electricity. Some of you know that, some of you don't. So we've seen it being played with, and we've also seen damage to an undersea pipeline. We know that there's capability to interfere with undersea cables. So suddenly it's like taking the wrong or the right pill in the matrix and seeing the real shape of the room. And it's the life that these guys are living. And then we're seeing what true resiliency is. Okay, because we're seeing not only that there's a constant stream of attempts to undermine the systems that individuals, companies, military units depend on, but also that the front line of resilience is people who go out and fix masts after they've been shown. It's people who make sure that fiber optic cables run, people who make sure that there is some provision in a profoundly networked and internet-enabled war where a society is communicating with us by this means and standing up by this means, that's maintained. And that's human beings going out with toolkits and vans and doing it. And it asks really big questions of us. And the reason I raise all of that is it comes at a really interesting junction where if we hadn't had the war in Ukraine, we'd be in this room talking about the pandemic of ransomware and the effect that it has and what it is causing regulators, we've been talking about on a previous panel, but also our own organisations, what it has caused us to do in response given what is happening to us. But now we've got a much fuller set of challenges towards our understanding of resilience. And you can see governments beginning to deal with it. So you can see governments beginning to ask questions about PNT, timing signals, GPS resilience, and all that. You can see them asking questions about controls we've already put in place around encryption and the like. So there's a whole set of things that have come through, which has the potential both to deal with the criminality and to deal with actually a much more significant thing, which is the rare but profound effect that the state can have when it chooses to, given the vulnerability of our network system. On the question of criminality, clearly there's been a use of criminals, but also hiding behind criminal techniques against Ukraine for years, which we'll probably hear about in a second. I think it's been interesting how divided those criminals have been at the beginning of the conflict. I gather everything that I see anecdotally from my own practice, but also frankly what I hear from insurance claims and from national cyber centres. And frankly, you need to piece together these different elements to get a real sense of what's happening in the criminal space. My sense is actually we're drifting back to business as usual. There's a bit less willingness to go after the big critical national infrastructure targets after the response that there was after Colonial Pipeline. But in terms of volume of ransomware, we certainly aren't at the kind of 2021 peak, but we're still at a very high level compared to where we were in 2019. And not all of it is focused on coming out of Russia, but most of it is, I think.
I think that's it's pretty profound in terms of the vast expanse of the different impacts and the sources and the actors, right? And putting the picture together, as you said, this is very important. So, next moving to Carol. I mean, you have lived this. You have lived this not only for yourself. You have professionally defended the infrastructure, but also you are, as Patty said, you are in the front line of this for all of us. So, I know you shared in pretty depth in the summit when we talked last time. Can you give kind of a brief for the team, for the community here, as to what your experiences was?
Yeah, it was a few reflection on what previous speaker says. For sure, that's private and government cooperation and the private sector plays a huge role in our conflict and in general cyber conflict, because from the last February, a lot of people are united on the different group, and a lot of people in IT and cybersecurity community who never do it before, they start to practice some tools, some approaches to use it for the cyber threats to increase pressure on the different side, and it's from the both sides. It's not only from our side. We feel the same from the other side. It's the people from different parts of the world who support this. They try to hurt our infrastructure and our critical infrastructure. At the same time, what you say, we feeling that this cyber war is not on the cyber dimension. It's very linked with our physical dimension, because physical issues or risks and physical what is going on our network are lead to our changes on the cyber environment on our IT landscape, and it's lead to some changes on the physical environment. So it's like in a cycle, and we believe in this cycle to change physical and virtual environment in the same time, because you need to be in more or less equilibrium with these both changes. And for example, we know that we play a huge social role and impact for our citizens around the country, and they gain information which can save their lives. For example, they need know from the internet about the iron alarms, about the situation around, and if they don't know at the same time and exact time, they don't react, and they can be hard. And live in this environment more than the year, as you said, that the ransomware peak was in 2020-21, but the first huge attack on Ukraine infrastructure was 2017, when this NotPetya, they vanished more than half companies in Ukraine, and it was first supply chain to such big attack, which are hard. Maybe not all the businesses directly, but all the businesses through their supply chains, through their environment, and they interrupted the normal business operation for a long time. And that's if we refer to the previous session, in this situation, the regulator play a huge role, because we need to cooperate with the regulators to increase all resilience of all industry in the same time, because what we gain from the last year, if we, for example, in telco, some big operators face problems, all other operators face problems on their network, because if one operator downs its services, other networks will be overloaded. So it will be common for each player on the market. So you can be very high on the cyber resilience on the market. If other players will be lower, you will be hit some way or another.
So, Rod, sir, where does this take you in terms of like seeing through to a peaceful resolution? I don't know, you have practically resolved a lot of conflicts and put yourself in the middle and try to mediate. What are your signals?
So this is a wonderful discussion, and I'm a build off what Patty said for a second, but and Kirill, you and your country are taking the brunt of it globally right now. And I used to say, and I had this discussion with some of the top intel people in the United States government, and we had tremendous respect for the Russians. And sometimes we'd say, probably man for man, best cyber warriors on the planet Earth. But I'm now going to say that Ukrainians are holding their own quite phenomenally. And the Israelis are quite good too, by the way. That doesn't mean that Russia is more powerful than America in cyberspace, because America's a lot bigger and has a lot more resources, but a lot of respect for those capabilities. But the world, what Patty said that I want to build on is that if we're not careful, the world is going to look like what's going on in Ukraine right now. And because this contagion can really spread. So what I want to talk about very broadly is, where are we in the world today? What drives the overall level of cyber war and peace? And how can we heal in the medium and long term, or how can we get to this peace, to answer your question? And when I was here last time, 3 years ago, I mentioned Clausewitz, the great Prussian military strategist. And his most famous saying was that war is just policy by other means. So it's the escalation from paper and dialogue to bullets and cannonballs, and now cyber attacks. And what I said is that the next step of thinking about Clausewitz is that the causes of war, what drives the policies, is really sociology. It's realpolitik, it's sociology, and it's psychology. So let's talk about the state of mental health of the world. So how many people here think that the mental health state of the world is better today than it was 3 years ago when I was last year? Does anyone think that mental health is better? No champions. In fact, all the indicators are levels of depressions are up, suicides are up in many parts of the world. It's not consistent, but mental health is deteriorating. And I will in fact say that cyberspace has directly contributed to the deterioration of mental health. And by cyberspace broadly, I mean social media, news, Twitter. We're going crazy. The world is going crazy, and it's burning out. And it's exhibiting severe PTSD, or post-traumatic stress syndrome. How many people here are familiar with the concept of PTSD? Okay. I've had severe PTSD my whole life. So I consider myself to be an expert, unfortunately. I'm actually at peace now. It's taken decades of work, but I grew up in insanely violent circumstances, which made me well-trained to work on peace, by the way. And I've been asked before, like, well, how can you work with, people here or there, and they're killers? And it's like, well, I grew up with a killer at the head of my dinner table. So, at least I thought he certainly may have done that, almost killed us multiple times. And I'm joking about it, but it's serious. But when you have PTSD, you're anxious, you're constantly nervous, you tend to have deep shame, you have problems sleeping, problems focusing, and you usually develop an addiction. Fortunately, mine was being a workaholic, building tech companies and doing other things. Seriously, it worked just phenomenally crazy in my life. But I understand PTSD. And when I spoke, I did a keynote at DLD in Germany, a big tech conference, in June of 2021. And I said, the world is cranked up on PTSD right now. And as an expert in PTSD, I'm telling you, war is about to come. Major war. This is June of 2021. You can find it on YouTube. It's there. And I said, it's either going to happen probably in Eastern Europe or the South China Sea. But the world, the blood pressure is too high, the PTSD, the stress, the tension, and that snaps out. I mean, World War II didn't come out of nowhere. Germany was traumatized after the Treaty of Versailles. They were starving. The economy was destroyed. It was hell in Germany. And something else rose up, and we got World War II out of it. I hope we're not on the path to World War III, but I'm not sure that we're not. Okay, I'm not sure that we're not. Are you? And if we're not, what path are we on? And where do we go with this? But this is what the conflict is so crucial there, and how we all participate in it. And so what I want to come back to is a positive thesis, okay? The positive news is what happens in cyberspace is a reflection of what's in our hearts, collectively, globally, as well as individually. The crime acts of individuals are more individually motivated, but the social acts are socially driven. And so to heal the planet, and the peace work I've been involved in for 2 decades, you got to get to the heart, you got to touch the hearts and touch the minds to change what happened. So the way we ended the Indo-Pak War, 9 of us met in Dubai in January of 2003 to discuss, and this was all CEOs. I started the first ever CEO movement globally of only CEOs engaged in dialogue for peace. Track two diplomacy. How many people are familiar with track 2 diplomacy? It's not always a common concept. Okay, track 2 is unofficial diplomacy. So foreign ministry, State Department is track 1. Government to government, track 1. Track 2 is unofficial. And usually track 2 had been done by academics and had been done by ex-military, which is great. Well, I happened to pioneer dealing with CEOs because I was a tech CEO and I was in New York on 9/11 watching those towers burn. And the words that came to give you the context of what I do, the words that I wanted to help on 9/11, I felt horrible. I had 15 clients in those towers and I was literally trying to figure out who is going to live and who is going to die based on what floor they were in the buildings. Because if they were above the fire line, my assessment was those wings are full of fuel. I was in New York. They're full of fuel. That flame's going to be unstoppable. And so figuring out who's going to live, who's going to die was horrific. And I wanted to go help, and I realized I could not. So I did the only thing I thought I could do. Drop my bags, cross my hands, close my eyes, and prayed that those people be helped, that their suffering be reduced. And the following words came to me, beautiful words that apply to all of us. First 4 lines apply to all of us, the 5th is kind of my marching orders. And the words are, it's a small world, it's a fragile world, and no one is safe until everyone is safe. And you are called to serve the peace. And it was a day my life changed. I've been a very successful high-tech CEO. I didn't have to work. I did because it's fun, it's interesting. But all of a sudden I dropped all my business obligations, everything within 2 months, except one company, a private surfing company that raised 37 million. But anyway, so to get to the heart of the matter, it's about sociology. We ended the war by doing a symbolic border crossing at Wagah between India and Pakistan that had been shut. Just 20 people involved, walking for both sides, having the fence opened, put flowers around each other's necks. That was the first time the border opened in 4 years during the war. The border's been open ever since the war ended. So it took a symbolic action that hits the heart and minds of the people. So we're all engaged in this battle. Carol, I'm so sorry what you face, others in the audience face, Victoria, this crowd. I can't even imagine what you're going through. Small world, fragile world, we're all in it together. Right? So.
No, I think that's it's a real world that we have to face, and there is always no black and white between human beings. It's just a transition from one to the other. So coming back this way, Carol, I just want to get your kind of lessons learned from this. I think there is tremendous amount of practical lesson that you shared with us previously, but from there onwards, how do you make decisions to do what you do in the adversity that you're going through, especially protecting the critical infrastructure, but also protecting life and property that you are exposed to.
Yeah, the first, as you mentioned about decision, sometimes you need to do tough decision. As we discussed previously, we have one huge attack, which was a pretty success. And through this attack, we management and me personally make a decision to shut down part of our network. It's was the traffic drop more than 85% on our network through this. And this was tough decision because we need to cut all our B2C and business customers just to be sure that our special customers are not affected by any other malicious activities. So that's the first our lesson learned. That's you need to be ready to make a tough decision and to make it quickly. You have a few minutes to make this decision, and if you're not ready and you will go to the corporate procedures, you will be lost in this situation. And the second lessons as we fight on the cyber frontier or the cyber war, but it's all about people, about your team, about your people who support you, how they support you, how you organize for them infrastructure to be able to support you, to provide services. Because for one example, we have a call or attack or whatever, and at the same time in the city or in the region there's no electricity and there's no networks, there's no connection, but you need to inspire your people in such situation to fight on the cyber frontier. So when they struggle about all environment around them, about their families, but you need to focus them on the really incident which are ongoing now, and you need to be sure that people in your team will be able and will be enough encouraged to do it in the any condition. And yeah, and that's what we learned from the first month of the war. That's when people are frustrated or they are not understand what to do, the whole process are ruined, and you need to rebuild this all your processes ongoing through the situation which change every minute. So to make quick decision and to understand how to deal with this. And that last but not least, it's technologies, because all we work on the technical side and all we rely on technologies, and you can never rely enough on technologies. One of the attack was when our two-factor authorization was compromised, and it was 0 day, and before our experience, nobody know about it. So we learn continuously. We find a new way how our technical part can be compromised, how we need to reorganize it, how we need to change it, and we need to change it in the real time. We don't have time to step back, understand, to rebuild the strategy for next 5 years and start to go with this. You just change environment on the real time.
Very, very real. And then the next is responsiveness and resilience. Those are two, human elements that you bring into this and make it work. And of course, leadership to make that decision. So thank you, Carol, again, for what you're doing. Patty, sir, next moving to you in terms of, what we discussed in terms of the durable piece that we want, and this, incursions in cyber war as well as physical war. What do you see from your experience that can be learned from this experience and can be embraced by others in the world? I mean, this learning from the bigger picture.
So I think there's a really important point for all of us, isn't there? Which is in the cyber area, as businesses, we live with limited situational awareness. And actually, one of the key things for leadership to understand is the limits of their situational awareness and how comfortable they have to get with uncertainty. And my word, when we at Brunswick Group deal with major cyber events, incidents, intrusions, ransomware attacks in private sector enterprises, actually getting used to dealing with uncertainty is almost the most difficult thing. Therefore, we have in various different jurisdictions regulations that tell us that if you lead a business, you have to understand the risk and take appropriate measures for them. There's language in the general data protection regulations about taking technical and organizational measures appropriate to the risk. What we have from Ukraine is suddenly huge situational awareness. Suddenly we know about specific intrusion sets, we know about specific forms of malware, we know about specific vulnerabilities in different industrial systems, we know about what can be improvised by large-scale crowdsourced hacking. We're learning all of this, and all of that is a question for our organizations, because now we're aware of it. We can't say we didn't know about it, therefore we didn't prepare. Now we've got to prepare. Now we've got to prepare for not having GPS availability. Now we've got to prepare for our encryption being out of date. Now we've got to prepare for zero-day exploits that have been seen in Ukraine. They're not zero-day to us. We know that because they've been seen in Ukraine. So I think it's a really interesting challenge. The exciting thing for me in Ukraine is to hear from Ukrainian colleagues about the way in which they have come to work together. When in government service, part of my work was to get National Cybersecurity Centre set up and bring together the elements of the British state together. Other states have attempted or are attempting it. Many move fairly slowly in this. I think the key lesson, apart from that one of these are now things that we need to do because we know about them, is we need to learn from the way in which Ukrainians overcome institutional differences and past history of not working together, which is present in every system in the world, and actually because what they do by doing so, and if you do it in peacetime, is you raise the threshold for state intervention. Yeah, and in the this is a really critical idea for me. One of the issues we have with the Gerasimov doctrine and with interventions that are below an act of war or an intervention in international law, yeah, what we do is we leave a space for those tensions described by Rod to play out. If we close out that, what we do is we create a setting where if you want as a state to intervene in a cyber sense, you're making a decision about an intervention or an act of war. And that's a different level of action and carries much greater risk. So I think the really interesting thing upon us individually and collectively is just to raise that floor. And that is what we're required to do in many jurisdictions when the regulations are followed.
I think that raising that bar is absolutely necessary, and the situation awareness that those two are, I think, very key takeaways. Stephen, your thoughts on, and I think you are dealing with this on an active basis, especially supporting humanitarian nonprofit agencies. Again, we are in that space, so very well understand that they not only have the resources, but they also don't have the understanding of what's important, what's not, even having the guidance to do that. Sometimes they have the guidance, but not the resources to protect themselves. Your thoughts on how we can actually equip those humanitarian missions, the work that you're doing, and how others can help and support that?
No, thank you. No, I mean, to answer the question, I will be the what you mentioned before that no one is safe until everyone is. Interesting segue, because the program that we built is on the second sentence. What do we do for everyone? And in everyone, what can we do for the most vulnerable? The one with little capacity to defend themselves, little resources. Here I'm talking about humanitarian actors, which have very complicated, I would say, resource reality in order to attract talents, to keep talent, and to make sure that it can be secure. At the same time, these actors, let's take this even beyond conflict. Humanitarian actors, they are attacked regularly by criminal groups and state actors. And that's outside of conflict. Imagine what is happening to them in conflict, and we see this since the invasion of Ukraine. So what we put together, you mentioned the word cyber peace in the opening. Sometimes we lack originality and thinking. So we created something called the Cyber Peace Builders, which is, at the end of the day, a collective of volunteers, cyber experts, but cyber in the wider sense. It's cybersecurity experts, it's engineers, data protection experts, digitization experts. All of them are engaging with us, Cyber Peace Institute, in order to provide for free cybersecurity in a wide sense services to humanitarian actors, NGOs. And we have today in the program more than 100 NGOs to whom we provide this free cybersecurity, some of them active in Ukraine. So having this program in place before the invasion was quite helpful to provide hands-on support. The way this is working, it's interesting what you were saying before in terms, going through different silos, people working together. We went through a different type of silos, which is in the industry. We talk about, public-private partnership, and we don't really know how to operationalize that. So what we could put in place is a program by which we sign partnership with companies, so companies, not individual companies, who have at their hearts corporate social responsibility. They want to make a change. And normally they offer volunteering capacity for their staff. And what we do is that we match this will, we match this envy with the need of the NGO. So we have this platform with more than 100 NGOs, 300 volunteers, more than 250 missions that are operational cybersecurity missions to be sure that these NGOs, which at the end of the day service millions of people left and right in the world with humanitarian services, are not targeted. And because it's scaled quite nicely, we will launch, and it's an open call to everyone who would like to work with us in this. We launch on 27th of February, World NGO Day, the Humanitarian Cybersecurity Center, to scale up the services to the humanitarian sector in this context. So trying to have like a nice note of hope in this conversation that we can invent new model of cooperation because the talent is here and a lot of cyber experts, they want to do good. And I think it's our job to give them ways and mechanics and processes in order to channel this capacity towards impact.
That's fantastic. I think February is going to be very important then, not only with this, with what we have been planning, but with World NGO Day. February 28th is marked. 27. 28th is stuck in my mind because we are launching the cyber policy certification. But definitely two important days you want to put in your calendar. And both are tied to the cyber peace concept. So one is actively doing it, another is learning how to do it, and those two are important. So looks like we are kind of at the end of this. We are a little bit over, but still, I think we have great panelists here available to chat with you on this particular concept, but beyond. So I would like to thank you all for contributing to this agenda. I would like to thank you all for taking in the inspiration here and sharing it. Cyber peace is a very important concept that we need to start really drilling into, because what you can't see, you don't really realize, but when you see the impact that you're seeing, each of us in our space, especially what we're seeing in Ukraine and beyond, is definitely going to be lasting impact on all of us. So thank you again. Hope to continue this discussion again. All right, so I'll just stay up here and welcome my next panel. We'll just go right into it. This is another very important topic for us, both through the course of the day. We touched on some of that, but hopefully we can actually do the justice that it needs to go to the depth of it. So. There are not too many. Actually, I'm going to squeeze in. I don't know if is Dennis. There you go. So good. Okay, so Jen and Catherine, maybe you can just encourage people to come back here. I know they wanted a little bit of break. Yeah, that was the idea. I think we started putting the food here, then we except for the coffee machine. Okay. Now to be fair, I think we need to get people back here. And this is probably the discussion that we kind of teed up for the entire day. Through the day, we spoke about the various concepts that lead up to executive and leadership decision. The CEO and the board being the place where these decisions are made or should be made, getting them aware of the issues that we need them to take informed decisions, right? And when a business falls into trouble for other reasons, they take those decisions every day. So for cyber, there should be that both the acumen as well as the knowledge and the expertise to address that. Well, so let's give 30 seconds, 60 seconds until it will come down to come in here. Okay. I should. Yeah. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, it was dull outside, probably it was better for us, everybody was inside. Okay. So good thing now, I'll check up on that. I think people really need this way to go get food, so I trust that. Well, we ate into a little bit of quite a bit of our buffer time, so thank you for bearing with us. And we have still one more panel to go, and that's teed up for the next one, and then we can close. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I think this is probably the pinnacle of the discussion that should happen in this particular space, right? All the discussions that we have had are basically what all things that individually practitioners and professionals could do. But when it comes to executive decisions, C-suite and board decisions, those decisions happen there, and that has immense effect of what happens and what we can do, right? From the aspirations to actual execution, I think that's the gap we're trying to fulfill. So thank you for joining us in that discussion. So Denise, welcome fresh, and start with the introduction, and then we'll go around.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It seems like I've been on a plane, train, and automobile to get here, but I'm glad I made it. I'm Denise Anderson. I'm president and CEO of the Health ISAC. I also am the chair of the National Council of ISACs. I've been in the ISAC, the Information Sharing and Analysis world, for over 16 years, and doing the public-private partnership dance around critical infrastructure security.
Thank you, Maya.
My name is Maya Wunsch. I have been a long-term insurance executive with Swiss Re. I built up the cyber insurance practice there. I left my operational role and are now concentrating on my portfolio of non-executive board positions. So I'm going to contribute from that side as well.
Of course, I think that's a practitioner on the board, right? So thank you.
I like to think so.
Well, Andrea.
Thank you so much. I'm Andrea Blanc, and I'm CEO of my own company, GEC Risk Advisory. Before that, I was a corporate executive for 4 different companies, including overseeing cybersecurity at one point, but mostly general counsel, chief risk officer, ethics and compliance, and a few other things, corporate responsibility. And what I do now is I look at strategic risks that boards and others should be focusing on and including in their strategy formulation and their governance. And cyber is a big piece of that. Since I did oversee cyber in my last company, I learned how to do that. And my big conclusion in that conversation that I had at that company was that governance was absolutely fundamental and essential, without which the rest of the company would be lost in terms of oversight, in terms of incentives, performance management, and a whole bunch of other things. I also serve on several boards, including some cybersecurity startups, and I write and I speak.
Well, plenty of that, and we are thankful for that. Okay, one. So you.
Just waiting until you get back.
Oh gosh, that's excellent question.
So my name is Marcel Zumbil. I'm Group CISO for Swiss Post Group. We are a multi-industry. We are not only we're not just the largest logistics company in this country. We're also a bank. We're also a health care provider. In terms that we do the electronic patient dossiers for quite a number of states in Switzerland. We're a provider of electronic voting systems in Switzerland. We're about to launch a service. We're a provider of identities. So in short, we have 150 years history in the physical space, but we're now a digital company as well. My background is that I built the cybersecurity of Swiss telecommunications, Swisscom, at the time. Then I moved into banking, into the digital private bank of Credit Suisse, searched my time in compliance as well. And I moved into Swiss Post 4 years ago as their CISO. Apart from that, I'm leading the largest group of security specialists in Switzerland as co-president for the Information Security Society of Switzerland, and I'm also a lecturer at the ETH and the University of Lucerne on risk communication and crisis communication.
Oh, that's many hands. I think that fits the bill of what we're trying to do here.
There's one more. I'm also a board member for Hack Knowledge, which is a cybersecurity company. So I'm both a CISO and a board member.
Sharing the knowledge that you
both
get.
sides.
Yeah, no, excellent. I think we're probably do fitting justice to the topics we have. And then just for the background for those that are catching up, this is a part of a new project that we started like in September. And Andrea, thanks for kicking it off on there. It's the cyber board book, taking cue from the work that we work with the virtual book and AppSec community. I think it's got a viral element to it. I think making sure that we have the same probably element, a little bit more gravitas on the board side, but definitely have codify and encode our knowledge, because we get asked the same questions. 3 of them, which probably we're going to discuss today, and if we have all the time. One is cyber representation in the board. Second is cyber readiness for the board, and the board readiness for cyber, right? And then let's see if we can contrast and compare these 3 things. So we have had very, I would say very discussion, around the expertise on the board. Like, do we have a CISO on the board, or should we just have someone who informs the CISO, or how does that? So, and it's still debatable. So, Dennis, starting with you, how does you are an executive and running run the organization successfully in terms of cyber? How do you get informed, and what do you expect the board to be informed from, rather than putting your cyber hat aside probably, right?
Well, actually, I'm probably not a good board to use because my board is all CISOs. So yeah, that's a challenge right there. But I'll go into healthcare and some critical infrastructure, because in healthcare, I think it's been a big problem. Cyber was not recognized as an issue, and in 2010, we weren't even talking about cyber and health in the same sentence. And with the ransomware attacks that started in 2016, again, the first one was against Hollywood Presbyterian in California, and they paid the ransom and made a very public announcement about that, and painted a target essentially on the back of hospitals. And, of course, all the stats are coming out that hospitals are one of the most targeted and attacked. But it's taken, and it's still not, it doesn't resonate everywhere, but it's taken this long for hospital boards to understand that your operation can be taken down by an attack and can be down for weeks, if not months, and you're replacing huge infrastructure. And then, there's been large global companies that have been impacted too when NotPetya hit. They're one of our large members in 90 seconds lost 30,000 machines. They were just bricked and they were gone. And they had a long road to come back, and a lot of lessons learned from that. But I think, unfortunately, and I was just on a panel with the CEO and CISO of a hospital that had a large ransomware attack. They said that before the ransomware attack, they would have never paid attention to cyber. And after the ransomware attack, after they went through all that pain, they changed their tune. So it's unfortunate, it's kind of like, you tell someone, the person that turns 21, don't drink, because you're going to feel bad the next day with a hangover, and they're still going to do it, right? Until they do it over and over and they learn the lesson. So unfortunately, I think that's where we are in that space right now.
So it's that wake up moment happens when something really bad happens, which is unfortunate, but very true.
Yeah.
And we need to change that. Maya, your thoughts?
Okay, so I have a very clear opinion on that. So the first point is every director on the board should know about cyber. There needs to be a basic level, as with, you expect directors to know about finance. You expect directors to know about the industry they are in. You expect them to know the usual regulations and whatever is important for this company to operate. I think cyber is now part of this knowledge that every director needs. So there needs to be an upskilling for most directors who are not CISOs. So congratulations to your board. Because also many of the decisions that are taken by the full board, right? And you have to have a good understanding, a basic understanding, probably a little bit more than a basic understanding of what you're talking about when taking cyber into consideration, not only in terms of risk management, but also in terms of company strategy. Because there are many, many decisions that the board is preparing or taking in terms of strategy for the company that has an impact on their cyber landscape and on their overall risk. And it can also be an opportunity. So this is important. Having said that, I'm also a firm believer that you have to have that one person as well. Maybe you have two people, maybe if you're really lucky, you have three that have a passion for the topic, because there are so many discussions, there are so many topics that the board needs to deal with. And if you don't have that one person who always puts their hand up and asks that additional question or brings that additional point in, then, you know, it's just easier to kind of focus on other things. So I think those things are necessary to have a general understanding and an upskilling of each and every board member, but also to have the person or people in the board who have more knowledge, who have more passion, who have more oversight, and ask those pertinent questions.
Yeah, I think I clearly appreciate that, because cyber is a dynamic environment and topic. You need to be really motivated to learn continuously to keep it going. Yeah, so great point. Thank you, Mike. Andrea, your point.
So I completely agree with everything that both of you have just said. And I would just add, from my perspective, I look at the large strategic risks that the board should worry about. And cyber clearly is number one or number two for almost everybody. And so I think the situational awareness that someone mentioned earlier, that the board requires now is so much turbocharged by the fact that we are living in what the World Economic Forum is calling polycrisis. We are in a world of continuous risk and crisis, and any board that is not paying attention to its overall strategic risk portfolio, cyber being one of the most important components, if not the most important, is a board that is derelict, negligent, and shouldn't be there. And so my second point to that is that I completely agree with Maya that you need to have people educated to a certain level, people who are not cyber experts on the board. And I love the idea of more than one person, because I think one person becomes the expert that everybody runs to, and you don't want to have that person sort of isolated as the expert. So I think having a couple of people or more who are sensitive and passionate about these ideas is great. And I would add a slightly different lens, because I'm coming from that lens, which is, you know, people who have been chief risk officers or, you know, who have managed strategy in a risk and opportunity sense of the word in management, who have that broader eye for risk and opportunity. Those people are going to ask the right questions as well. So whether they have a cybersecurity background as a CISO, or whether they came from a chief risk officer or general counsel or some other role, not the typical CEO, CFO, but some of these other roles that I think add an enormous amount of value in today's world of polycrisis, if you want to call it that.
Let's focus on the opportunity. We're living in a digital world. Our customers are living in a digital world. They're asking if they can trust us as a company. We need to have a reasonable discussion with our customer. The board needs to be able to reach out to customers to tell them how their data is safe, how the resilience is working, what will happen if the company is under attack. The only cybersecurity that really matters is the cybersecurity perceived by your customers. In these words, how can then cyber not be part of discussions in the board.
And I think, taking what you just said forward is basically that now the questions have started coming to us as both as practitioners as well as business unit owners. In many cases, they're being asked, like, what are you doing? Maybe the answer is not very clear or constructed, and that's where the whole board book concept comes into picture, that we have, we really have a profession of cybersecurity, a very new industry coming up. It's not legal or finance or, as mature as those. There are like thousands of years of wisdom and experience that's there. But in cyber, especially in the digital connectivity, it's barely a few decades. So I'll go around, probably Marshall, start with you, is how do you prepare for such kind of communication back? What tools or resources do you use? And how can we make sure we make it, maybe standardize that for most or all of users?
I think as a CISO, it needs a different mindset than in the past. CISOs for many years have knocked on the door of boards and said, security is important, cybersecurity is important. And all of a sudden, the door opens and said, oh, we get it, cybersecurity is important. So what should we do? The CISO will go on and say, oh, it's important. So they were focused on getting this door open. Now it's open. They have to have the story. They have to be able to blend in, be part of the game, allow non-security people to have a meaningful discussion with them, not being specialists, not having the 4 and 5 years of the master of security in their CV. We need to be able to focus, to have a message. We need to be able to be empathic, blend in, understand that sometimes security is important, sometimes other things are important in the world. We need to be able to network. So there's a whole lot of new factors that we have as CISOs have to learn.
Yeah, and you have the time to do all of that, doing your job.
It's part of my job, yes. I reach out to my colleagues in the board. We sit together at least once a quarter, one by one, with each board member, for example, to look at what is our resilience, what is our risk, what would be a meaningful risk of the department that they're leading, and what is our message to the market. Because again, security is the gate opener for the digital world. If people can't understand what we do in digital, why should they take our products?
Yeah.
Like there's always an alternative to a digital product.
Right. Absolutely. So I think, moving on to Andrea, you take that practitioner experience, which is trying to protect the business, and now got the attention of the CEO. But CEOs have CEOs, and of course the board has a pretty big mandate, right? And when when we last talked about the ESG plus T, when you introduce the T into the whole ESG and overall governance, that was adding into an already very heavy slate of responsibilities. Where do you see this position with respect to the board in terms of preparing?
Yeah, based on some of the things you just said, I think what's most important to connect properly with the board on cyber issues is to put it in the context of some other things that are really important to the board, whether it's strategy, whether it's enterprise risk management, whether it's resilience building, business continuity, crisis management, is interconnecting it both at the management level and then how you report it up to the board. And so the qualitative and quantitative metrics that you want to share with the board about cyber need to interconnect with strategy, with risk, with resilience. And so a CISO that's well informed and developed and can communicate that, and not just the technological details, is absolutely essential. So it's incumbent on the CEO to make sure that that's going on in the management ecosystem, and then have that person or persons have that kind of interaction with the board. And I love what Marcel was just saying about talking to each individual board member. That goes back to your point about education, putting people on the same sort of foundation. and also giving them that executive session or whatever you want to call it, where they can ask dumb questions maybe because they don't know better. And that's the other thing that I worry about with boards is because of their lack of knowledge in this area and their lack of confidence. It was, I think it's 2% of S&P global companies have a cybersecurity expert. 2% of directors has a cybersecurity expert, and 34% of NACD survey directors feel confident about their cybersecurity. And I'll tell you, I think those 34% is probably a good 15% who don't know what they're talking about. And so I think we really have to elevate the board, but we also have to bring the CISO in and communicate clearly, like you're communicating clearly. We need those kinds of people because otherwise that gap isn't going to be bridged.
No, I think that's very true in terms of actually practically making this happen. We have to bridge the gap and then, ride on, right? So, thank you, Andrea. Maya, moving on to you next in terms of board, preparing for the board. Yeah, you have been practitioners on this side, now you're sitting on the board. What do you expect people to come up to you? And I mean, I know you have a very risk-oriented lens, which probably helps. But in general, your colleagues, other board members, how do they perceive someone like Marshall presenting to them, and what do they want to hear?
Well, what they want to hear is everything. We have it under control, right? Or what do we have to do to get it under control? What do we have to do in order to be resilient, whatever that means for the said company? I think that is the utmost. What that then entails, that it will be a different story. I've seldomly seen directors going into, detailed planning, the whole business continuity management process, what it means. That I haven't seen. What they want to understand is what does it mean, and coming back to Andrea, what does it mean in terms of our business strategy? Do we have a certain risk in meeting our financial targets? Do we have a certain risk in being able to report our financials? Do we have a certain risk in terms of compliance with any rules or regulations, laws that we have to? All of this you can look at, and I think here is also one of the difficulty about having cyber now as a topic in the board, because then the CISO, whatever comes, they really have to be they have to know everything. It's like I think it was a year ago or so, we had a WEF meeting, and we discussed, what's the new CISO? What does a CISO have to, be? And out came, and in German we have this word of eierlegende Wollmilchsau. That is the egg producing, wool producing, whatever, basically all in one. So they have to be really strategic. They have to know how to talk business. They have to have supreme communication skills. They have to know the whole organization. If they are not in the IT organization, they might not know what's happening. They have to know the new technology, what kind of risks that bring, what kind of opportunities that bring to their business. I mean, that is a big ask, right? And then they have to deal with the incidents, and then God forbid when something happens, and then they are really under pressure, and they are basically the goalkeeper, and potentially also will be blamed if they haven't brought up some serious potential problems that they might or might not have known about, right, or didn't prioritize. So I think that is in where I sit. That's the second big challenge in terms of the board. The one is having people on the board, the directors, up to par in terms of understanding, asking the right questions, putting it into the right perspective, and having the one or two or several people putting their hands up at each and every opportunity. But then also having somebody or some buddies, ideally in the organization, should be the counterpart for that discussion that needs to happen at that level.
Well, no, I think you just laid, you pointed on a very crucial topic, I think, which is not just the board expectation, but every cyber professional is now needing to be very multifaceted, which I believe, is kind of the core of CFF's membership. That's probably
the cool thing about it as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's true. Each of our friend Denise here and Norma fully reflect this most. You can put them on a critical infrastructure topic or board topic. They know and they can contribute to something. I wish there were more and more people who can take up that. Being able to be flexible and use your knowledge to the context. Right. So that brings Denise, what's your point of view of preparing for the board?
So I thought everything you just, kind of stole all my words there a little bit, but one of the things I was going to make a point on was there's a lot of regulation coming that's driving a lot of the interest in the IT part of it or the security part of it. Of running a company, right, of an organization. So like in the US, we have this Security and Exchange Commission putting all these rules in place. We have the mandatory reporting initiatives that are coming. We have NIS2 in Europe. So there's a lot of regulation that's coming that's going to really force boards' hands on this. And the gap is that the CISO doesn't necessarily talk the right language, right? And so I've always said that a CISO needs to be a business enabler, and what you were touching on there, that they've typically been looked to as the naysayers of a company, like you can't do this, you can't do that. A lot of them still have that mentality, and it's changing that perspective that, wait a minute, my role is to help the business succeed and to do that securely, right? So that it's a mind shift of the way they have to look at their job and be able to articulate it so that the board understands what their mission is and then helps it, support them in that.
Just building on the naysayer, I was in the board and we were discussing shadow IT. I think everyone knows the concept of the tools you shouldn't use, the WhatsApps and that. So the board asked me, shouldn't we just close that? Like, can't you just put it on the firewall and then nobody can access it? I said, sure, I can do that. The risk is not going away. So it will just affect onto the private devices that we have no monitoring on. It's still going to be there, but it's a lot more dangerous than if we just accept it. And then again, what is more important, that people can work, that this is goes on, or that we have everything on the tap. I remember when COVID started, we reached out to people and said, use whatever means possible you have to communicate, to reach out to everyone, to continue to work. Had we had a policy in place that just curbs shadow IT, we would have been out of business in a week, right? Yeah. So this was one of the meaningful discussions we had at the board level, where I was the one saying we should allow it. But yes, we should constantly understand that the risk will stay around about 4 million for us. It's not going to be away. That's just a risk we have to estimate in the board. And as a CISO, you have to have the ability to talk on this level, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now that brings us also to the what metrics, what data, and what do we share, right? And again, in a very nascent profession, when we are making top-down decisions, we really are not equipped with the right level of abstraction of the bottom up. Because last several years, I think this is where I get inspiration from all the speakers that I've spent time here, especially the innovators, Rishi and all the others in this team here, Nikhil. All of these innovators, they have really addressed the technical problem, and I think getting their voice to the CISO and to the board is definitely something. And again, that's my personal motivation of putting on our business together and product together, CyberRise, which we're announcing here in Davos this week. But we really need to have the tools, the tools and the training manual, right? The board book and something that actually puts all of this information together. What's your take on, maybe Dennis, we start with you. What's your take on the board's readiness with information, like what information they would like to see? Would they like to see a health act, sharing document, or they would like to see something that how it affects them, right? Or maybe a combination of both.
So it's been a journey, and I'll come at it from being someone that has to present to the board, in that sometimes you have to really temper the information that you give them. I don't, it's easy to come up with KPIs and report those, and of course, it's subjective in many ways. You can pick the ones that make you look good, right? And I think that's what happens a lot of times. So I think going back to what we talked about before, the board has to know to ask the right questions, because if they're just being fed a KPI, we did this phishing training and we had 99% of people not click on it. Okay, yeah, what does that mean really? So it's really, again, the board needs to understand, coming from an enterprise, I know we've talked about this before, enterprise risk management level, understand what the real risks are to the enterprise, cyber being one aspect of that, and then ask the right questions about what the impacts are to their organization.
No, that's so true. And I think, and this takes us back to the first topic we discussed, like who needs to be in the board and what needs to be there, what's their take on expertise, so that they can ask for something that's relevant to business, right? So Maya, your take on what should the board be expecting?
Okay, so I have three things. The first one is it's in terms of for the board to understand what might be happening. I think that is still something that not everybody knows. If you have a fire, you know what's going to happen. If you have a default, something, you know what's going to happen. With cyber, that is a lot less tangible, right? So I'm a big fan of doing tabletop exercise with the board, just to get the board members to understand what can happen to my business. Different scenarios, and then they can, start thinking from a higher level. Sure. The second point is numbers. What does it actually cost us? What is a cyber incident? Something that happens or might happen 1 in 10 years, 1 in 50 years. What does it cost us in terms of Swiss francs, euros, dollars, but also in terms of reputation, potentially, customer engagement, etc. And the third piece, and that is not something that, kind of a content piece, but sitting on a board, I want to know the CISO actually. I want to have a conversation with him or her, because there is only so much information I get as a board member. And it's always very kind of, it's moved up, and it's been, through so many iterations. It's, some information that you get. I want to have a trustful relationship with that person that comes and then who has a better overview of what's actually happening in the organization, has a better overview of the risk culture in the IT department, and tell me one-to-one or in the board, my feeling is this. I know this is not very scientific. It's also a little bit against my need to have numbers and KPIs and things like that. But I do want to have this discussion on, on the gut feeling and where are we in terms of, I still feel good, or no, I think we are not.
That's being a good businessman, you feel it, right? Thank you, Andrea, your thoughts?
Yeah, these are all great points, and I'll add a couple of thoughts. One is whatever metrics, whether they're quantitative or some qualitative, metrics that you put together, they need to be based on actual work that is done not only by the CISO, but in coordination with the chief risk officer, compliance, regulatory, whatever is relevant. And it always needs to be focused and customized to your business footprint. If you're international, if you're national, if you're regulated, if you're unregulated, if you have many different products or services or just one. So always customize directly to what your footprint is. And then develop your own metrics that are useful and understandable. And that when your management goes to the board, they have a story to tell. It's not just the metrics, there's a story that is told around those metrics, which will then help the board absorb it. I think the scenario idea is fabulous. I think it's necessary because unless, I'll speak for myself, unless I can touch and feel something, I don't really absorb it well myself. So I think taking people through scenario exercises, different ones, hypothetical ones, where they're actually under pressure to get it done, I think is really good. And then the last piece of that for me would be, whatever you're going to present, whatever story you're going to tell, also give them a future scape. Give them, well, this is what the scenarios look like for the near-term future, 1 year, 2 years. And here are the possibilities, and here's what we recommend to the board as a path. And there you can sneak in the resources you need, the budget you need, and all these other things, which the board can then absorb properly. But there has to be that storytelling based on very relevant metrics.
Marcel, one of the things that doesn't have to be on the board is how much does it cost and where's the budget. I, as a CISO, would never have joined Post if I hadn't had security budget in my hands or had to run every time scale board to get money. That's like in the old days. I had to knock on the door and get the funds. I'm in a position where I have my own funds where I can invest into where I believe that the company has gaps or where we need to change the playing field. Everything that you said is true. There's one thing that I would like to build on what you said, Maya, on what does it cost in reputation and how do we deal with cyber incidents. I don't want the board to be scared. A cyber incident is not the end of the world. It can actually lead to bolstering the reputation if we manage it correctly. I mean, we've seen companies like Norsk Hydro, for example, if you know it. They had a large cyber attack just a couple of months ago. Their stock price increased due to the behavior they demonstrated, due to the transparency they have with their customers, with media, with the authorities. They benefited out of a cyber attack because people now know if bad comes to worse, they're still there. They still think about us as customers. I want the board to understand that the cyber incident also is an opportunity to demonstrate that we're there for our customers, even if, the sky is falling, right? So
if I could just interrupt, that assumes that you have the right kind of CEO and leadership and preparedness already in place. You're not going to maintain or improve your reputation if you don't have all those things in place. Yeah. And many companies.
I think that's reflective of the company's leadership. I mean, by far, right?
So that's why we discuss about ransom. What does ransom mean for us? How will we react? What are our opportunities? And by the way, as a group of information security society in Switzerland, we just launched the Courage Award last week in Switzerland. We gave prizes to companies that excelled in their communication to customers during and after a cyber attack.
I think
and they were extremely happy about it. And it's the first time that I said, these are our heroes, these are the trailblazers, these are the models we want to live up to, right? And we gave it together with one of the largest journals on IT Insight.
We had a journalist on congratulating.
That's spotlighting good behavior that is expected, right?
It's raising all the ships. This is the way to create reputation opportunity. It's really wonderful.
Well, fantastic. What a way to kind of start to close this panel. So we have about a couple of minutes to just wind down. So last thoughts, rapid fire on 23, what you want to see, if you were to see one or two things get done.
We talked about participatory security. We reach out to communities. We start to understand that as cybersecurity experts, other people will play with our tools as well, or our toys. And we need to embrace boards and C-level as a community that wants to play with us as well. And we have to let them. So we have to welcome the boards and the C-level to play with us.
Excellent. Participative security.
I just want to see more diversity on boards overall.
Absolutely.
Of all kinds, including of thought and expertise, meaning cyber risk, corporate responsibility, whatever is necessary. And of course, men, women, people of different backgrounds and ethnicities, etc.
Diversity, yes.
What she said.
What she said. No, I think we started this panel, right?
I think, back to the community and just my information sharing rates, I think it's really important that boards collaborate, not just amongst themselves, but with other boards, and learn from other boards, learn from other industries about what's important and about resilience and working together. We do that as in the security space. We probably should be doing that in the board space. And I don't know that they do that very often. So
absolutely, good deal. This is all great thoughts. I would like to close this panel with sharing or something that I haven't had a chance to share with my fellow cyber board group authors. But anybody familiar with the Joseph Sullivan versus US case, the Uber case? So Joe and I had a chat a couple of weeks before coming here, and he said, well, I have all the time, what do you need me to do? So Joe sat down in 2 weeks. I think he put together the first constructive chapter of the board book. I'll share with you. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but very well done in terms of his experience as well as the taking current relevant affairs. And I think, there's a huge learning moment for us with what's going with that case, and everybody's studying. So personal liability factored into this CISO role. So really admire the people who are taking that job on. It's not easy. And of course, as you connect it to the business, the responsibility becomes even manifold. So thank you for all your thoughts. This is fantastic. I think, it's all upon us to take that action forward, and so will we. So thank you again. Thanks very much. So with that, I welcome the next panel chair. It's we're going to switch over to. We're going to talk about how identity security is changing with emerging threat landscape, and nobody can do this better probably than Rishi Bhargava. So that I'm thinking with you. Thank you, my friend. Take it out. 35. 3:45. We have to start clearing up the space. There's an event right after this, so they will probably start with one chest at 3:45. So if I am the hook, I'm not the one. We'll go back. Everything else is available to us till 7. 3:45 off 7. About 40 minutes. Yeah, this
Very short panel too, like smaller panel. We're standing between the drinks and people. So let's get it. Stephen, I think we're missing one person, right? Yes. Stephen Jones. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, completely small, right? Yeah, and then I have to share that Sasha couldn't make it from Zurich to here. Like, when it's so close and it says I have something I can tell you today.
Yes, totally.
That's probably it, but he's available to us tomorrow again.
Okay, excellent. All right, so last panel. In Davos spirit, we'll end this panel looking way in the future. So I'll ask some open-ended questions towards the end. That's the hope for people to stay. But let's start with a brief intro for the panel and go from there. Steve.
Right. It was a cyber attack on my microphone. I'm Steve Johnson with HDR. We're a large architecture and engineering firm. And I'm the global cybersecurity lead for the transportation sector, which I was informed on the day I started. I was a practice leader at another firm before. When I started here, I was informed that that included anything that rode, floated, or flew. So I, in addition to what I normally had on my old job of surface transportation, it now includes port security, aviation security, and rail transit. Just prior to joining this firm, I had spent 7 years doing research for U.S. Department of Transportation on connected and autonomous vehicles. And besides being the program manager, was also the cybersecurity and privacy lead for that project.
Hi, I'm Jim Golovinsky. I'm with Redoit, the proud maker of TurboTax, QuickBooks, Credit Karma, MailChimp. I can continue probably all brand names. No one better than the name of the company itself. I am VP of Security Research and Development team that's responsible for developing internal services for securing our offerings and for fraud prevention. So for all intents and purposes, we're an internal security vendor. So we don't develop anything for sale in the security space, but it's consumed by 100 million people throughout the world through our products. We've done it with acquisitions, we've done it with organic development. Prior to that, I was with the CDN vendor. Prior to that, with Qualys. I can go back and back, but probably 90% of my career is in the security space.
Hello, everyone. This is Lalit Alawalia. I'm the CEO for Inspira Enterprise, where we truly believe that cybersecurity doesn't have to be complex or a costly affair. And we'll get into the more details in a little while. One of the big things for us, and I think we kind of covered to several different topics, we pride ourselves to really bring, for the first time, one of its own kind called iSmart 2 solutions. Now, what this iSmart 2 stands for is intelligent, simplified, measurable, adaptive, risk-based, threat-centric, and industry tailored. All in one. You miss one of the attributes, you're missing something. And I think we covered in different forms during the different series of different sessions and everything. More importantly, what I would say is, for the first time, I think we are trying to really challenge the norm when it comes to cybersecurity services and solutions. We feel the time is right to bring the business outcome driven solutions rather than throwing another tool and technology at you. Imagine me giving you all the parts of a car and saying this is the best engine, best transmission, best timing belt and everything, but you have to put it together and drive the car. That's the level of complexity we're really experiencing today. Security is not as simple as it used to be or what we used to call, which goes back to when I first started. Security was like all about encryption, maybe a login and some login. That's it. That was the definition of security. We never had a subject called cybersecurity. So how I even got into cybersecurity was we were already writing GSS APIs, which became SiteMinder for the people who've been in cybersecurity long enough, as the biggest single sign-on product. It was not a product anymore. And then came the whole journey of like different things. So that was back in PwC. Spent 10 years with Deloitte. Obviously took different roles, different challenges there. And then 8 years managing a North American security practice for Accenture as well. So did my fair round of share with Big 4, Big 6, learned a lot and applied a lot. And now here we are to really take all those learnings and really, what really fascinates me today and about this event, the thought leadership and the kind of impact we're going to make as a cybersecurity community. And that's what we really can aspire to become here.
Excellent, excellent, guys.
And I'll quickly take 2 minutes. I'm Rishi Bhaga, co-founder of Dscope. Dscope is building an authentication platform for app developers. I think what I really find fascinating about the panel is from construction and transportation to Intuit, building all software to security solutions, all roads lead to identity. And I think that's what we are talking today. In fact, good segue, Lalit, which is, if you go back, I mean, cybersecurity was all about how do you get the user securely into it. In the spirit of going back, I think my first question is, I would love to hear from the panelists in the same order. If you look back few years to even a decade, what have you seen the recent challenges or challenges in the identity infrastructure? I have seen the last year very closely, which is number of multi-factor attacks. But I would love to hear your thoughts on respective industries. What are you guys seeing as the service identity challenges?
Thank you. If I look back, it goes way back to my service in the U.S. Army. And like he said, security in those days was encryption. And ID was a card that we carried, and along with that card was a system, typically on paper as well, that said what your clearance was and what you were allowed to have access to. That was our authorization, authentication, and our privilege level all wrapped in one. The second tier, as you said, all roads lead to identity, or in my case, identity leads to all roads. You can't get on the highway if you don't have the identity. But the third iteration for me, and this is going to be a different viewpoint from me with this panel, because most of my identity is a machine identity. There's a lot of IoT within the transportation industry. We have reversible roads that are inbound in the morning, outbound in the afternoon, based on the rush hour traffic. That reversible lane is controlled by a PLC, which is 40 years old, maybe. If we have to change it, we're in trouble because the people who wrote that logic are no longer around. But the ability to change that direction is now attached to a network controlling that PLC. And there is authentication for the personnel, for the staff, but most of the things occur autonomously within the system. And so I struggled with how to label that as identity. And I was reading a book on blockchain a few years ago, and it talked about machine contracts. And it really cleared it all up for me, because it's as simple as, now I'm really going to date myself, when we used to put a quarter in a machine and get a Coke back out of it. And in essence, that was a contract involving a machine. The legal system would tell us that we had agreed to a contract. I'll take that product for this price. We passed over tender when we put our quarter in. We had completed the contract, so it gave us our product. Now we have vehicles that talk to each other and to the traffic signals and make life safety decisions. And while everyone else is trying to move to zero trust systems, those systems have to be an ecosystem of trust among the cars, among the infrastructure elements. They have to, the identity is embedded in that device in the system. I will not trust any message from that other vehicle if they don't have the right certificate to be part of my ecosystem. So the identity for me is at that third iteration where it's machines exercising contracts with each other and ensuring that we properly identify and revoke those certificates if it's misbehaving.
It's right. Thank you for that, right? If I can really maybe simplify this a little bit. With the digitization today, the identity has become digital. There's no digital without identity in the context we talk. And let me paraphrase by even saying, in the physical world, when a new child is born, what is the first thing you get? The birth certificate. Because that established an identity. Today, we started living outside the physical world in the digital world. And that digital world has now expanded beyond the users. That's one level of complexity. Because people are still associating many times the identity to as users. This machines, the devices, like anything that you're really talking about has really expanded the space, and we're still not paying attention to that. More importantly, I'm pretty sure some of the folks are really familiar with the term called role explosion. Almost like 15 years back, we started doing this thing called role-based access control, RBAC. All of a sudden, we landed with role explosion. And people started throwing that out of the window because it was paperwork, dumped into your cabinets, and nothing meaningful coming out of it. It became adaptive access. I think the biggest challenge we're now dealing with in the digital identity space is digital explosion. Look around you. How many IDs do you have today, from your social media to your financial service accounts, to your utility accounts, to the things you do? Tell me 10 years back, how many of them you had then? Go back 20 years back.
And you told not to reuse the same ID, right?
Or passwords. So the digital identity explosion is the biggest challenge we are having. And still, the inability, again, really goes back to the simplification. My tools and technology that can throw pencil. Simplification comes, how we really bring all this thing together so it's more seamless to anyone. What if I was here and today I was told, access this, go here, and I don't really have to think about it. I don't have to remember the password things we were talking about earlier. Make it a universal ID, which is very seamless and also secure the same way without having to think about it. But thanks to all this digital explosion, identity explosion, we're struggling and we can't.
Very interesting. Gene, what do you think? First of all, I'd like to defend encryption a little bit against these two gentlemen that decided to pop on it. Encryption exists maybe for 1,000 years, ever since people started sending in coded letters with pigeons. And it's evolving, and it still is evolving. And today we're talking about homomorphic encryption and AI over encrypted data. So let's not throw encryption out of the window just yet. It's a very important part of cyber posture. But let's go back to identity. Way back, when you mentioned GSS API, I also happened to play a little bit with GSS API. I challenged the room to know what that means, because people are young here. But that was the first time we actually started talking about system level identity and GSS API. It was very interesting at the time. So a few years ago, I'm not going to say how many years ago, but having username password was enough. That was just one-to-one mapping. Here's the persona, here's the username, here's the password. Today, using username password means only one thing. That entity that provided username password happened to know the right combination of username and password. It doesn't mean anything else anymore. So now we're talking about secondary authentication methods and tertiary authentication methods and God knows what other authentication methods. And government ID became all of a sudden part of the path of making sure that the person is indeed who they are, who they say they are. Starting from birth certificate, although I haven't seen anybody validate the birth certificate for automated systems. It's mostly driver's licenses and pilot licenses and passports. And the third factor, which is becoming more and more involved, at least for us, with our reasonably complex set of applications, your identity also means entitlement authorization. It depends what you actually do within the product itself. And as you go through the product workflows, and that includes many financial institutions, it includes your airline ticketing system. At some point it says, do you really have right to do that? Do you really have right to do this? Do you really have right to move money from one place to another or use my upgrade points for upgrading my tickets? And it kicks in all sorts of additional challenges on the way as it does that. So that's how we evolve and probably continue to evolve that way.
Very interesting. So in spirit of simplicity, as you said, Loretta, summarizing the recent challenges, what I'm hearing is a few things. One is this identity verification, figuring out you are who you are, which is way beyond the username password thing, right? So identity verification, universal ID.
machine identity, which is, I think, becoming a big evolving challenge. And I think tying all of this together is complexity. I mean, what is happening clearly is with multiple identities, identity verification global. I mean, one of the things that I hear as we've talked to customers is identity verification is a really complex field because geo boundaries and different geopolitical boundaries, identity verification is a different challenge in each region. And among all of these, my next question to all of you is, if you put these as the big challenges, do you think biometrics has a role to play in small factors, in a local authentication scheme? What are your thoughts? Where does the biometrics fit in? I think there's some good advancements with FIDO, WebAuthn like standards emerging, used in some segments, but would love to hear your thoughts. What's happening?
So let me take a first shot. I'm pretty sure you probably add more since you deal with the transportation and in your sphere. I think biometrics has a huge role to play as you move along. And the reason why I say that, because it's not just about talking points anymore. Like go to like some of the airports now. They tie your identity to like your access right on the footprint. You just pretty much go through, like, I'll just give you an example, like global entry, just last week alone. I don't even have to even talk to the immigration officer. They verify I have access and I'm going. Biometrics. Everybody's dealing with biometrics. Pick up your iPhones or device, you're dealing with biometrics today. Now, the level of authentication or assurance you really need can vary. In fact, the same device today, you might have a level X on this one. You can elevate that level X or to Y, depending on the criticality and stuff you really want the access to be enabled. I'll probably say, like, there are different concepts. We talk about the passwordless and other things. I think one thing you have to throw out is down the line, what you know as a password authentication method is going to go away because it's becoming overly complex. I'm pretty sure, like, and if you really do it, give me an honest answer, how many times you write or store your password of something somewhere. There is something somewhere that you have written, like, because you don't remember 50 of them, including even if I give you the password vault solution. So what's your like really method to really come to save you? Now, the other thing that really have to kind of like understand with the biometrics is also the concept of today, we really don't have really a good sophisticated databases. That's really the kind of like the stoppage. So if we look at, I was reading like the numbers. There's a population of almost 7 billion. Out of 7 billion, there's only a database of 3.2 billion that exists when it comes to true biometrics somewhere. Out of that 3.2, only 1.2 or 4 is vetted out properly as a true like biometrics at a different level. Now, it's not a rocket science to really upgrade that database and make it accessible to a universal provider, and they can be used, authenticated, accessible. But the point is definitely biometrics will have a huge role to play as we move along.
It's on, okay, different direction. It's biometric equipment. So I agree with everything you said. I think biometric is a huge role, and there is this, like you said, there was iPhone, there is when you board an airplane, that's scan your retina. There is Clear in the US, but there is also a very important factor, which you haven't touched on a lot, it is behavioral biometrics. As you actually go through a process of doing something within your application, you will move your mouse differently from somebody who stole your identity. You will hold your phone differently from somebody who stole your identity. And in fraud prevention space, that's becoming more and more of a player, more and more important technological factor in solving the overall system of equations. The problem that we have, right, in general in our industry, that we have more variables than formulas in that system. So the more of those tools we get, the better equipped we are. And we can detect that something which happened post-login, after we already identified the person initially, and we're convinced that that's the right person. It still doesn't necessarily is the right person. So I see additional factor in behavioral biometrics.
Yeah, I also agree that biometrics is going to be a game changer. And I say going to be a game changer because, as you pointed out, it's not quite there yet in prime time, but the evolutions that we're seeing coming out of that now I think will get us there. And I wasn't disparaging crypto. I started it as a crypto guy in the Army. That's what I did, was the encryption. But now there's the threat of post-quantum computing encryption. Encryption as we know.
Got you going.
Yes, the algorithmic cryptography is going to be made useless. However, a form of biometrics gets us there, and you alluded to it. The person is not the same, or even the machine has changed. And when we started with the connected vehicle, the hardest task we had, we thought it would be getting all these cars to talk to one another, run the algorithms, and actually save lives, in split seconds. The vehicles communicate 10 times per second, their exact location, heading, speed, all of these things. The hardest challenge for us was when to revoke a certificate based on misbehavior. Now, revoking it was easy. It was determining when a unit was misbehaving. And one of the biggest challenges for me was convincing the system owners, the operators of these systems we were building, that the certificate or the security credential management system in place was not a cybersecurity solution. It established trust for the ecosystem, and that was a very fragile trust because we only revoked certificates every 24 hours. And within that 24-hour period, we had to decide whether we should revoke a certificate or let it continue. Based on what? And initially, for us to test the system, misbehavior meant that the message it was sending was implausible. If the car is sending messages that it's at 3 different sides of an intersection, that's implausible. We're going to rule that misbehavior. If a semi-truck says it's doing 100 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour curve, and yet it's staying in the road and not going off the cliff, that's not plausible. So we could classify that as misbehavior. But what it didn't do was determine that since that last revocation period, that the device had started malfunctioning and sending plausible data, but erroneous, or that someone had compromised the device and now was using that trusted ID to send malicious data. And so I had to convince the system owners that, look, cybersecurity is basically confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You don't get any of those from a certificate management system. You get trust, but no real cybersecurity. And so it was difficult. But back, long way to get to the point, back to what you said about the biometrics evolving. As we move away from, is it a plausible piece of data, to the electronic signature of that device. And instead of a numeric algorithm for the encryption, take characteristics of a specific device, and that becomes its private key, and you can't change that. Final point on that, my driver's license had been recently changed, so I had a fairly fresh picture on it. I went to renew my gun permit, and they said, do you want us to use the same photo? I said, sure, it's only a few months old, go ahead and use the same one. The driver's license has a blue background. They were just importing the photo itself without the background onto the ID, while the gun permit has a white background. So on my driver's license, I still have hair, but it's white. On my gun permit, I'm bald because the white hair blends right into the background. I didn't change, but my ID has 2 complete different personas.
That's a fun story. That's good. So
Everybody will remember that one at least.
But that's not an ID problem. That's a white hair problem.
So good point, right? So biometrics has a big role to play. Now, the interesting thing is, we mentioned a couple of times passwordless. It's very clear that
I feel from a technology perspectives between OTP, TOTP, which are authenticator apps, biometric, and many other options from Magic Link or SAML, the technologies are available to go completely passwordless. I think my question to you guys, since you have seen different sectors, you have seen cross sectors, what's the biggest challenge in these apps actually going passwordless? I bet it's not technology, right?
Let me simplify
Or
it
is it?
further.
Yeah.
No, so it's not just about being the passwordless. You said what's the biggest challenge in adoption of the biometrics or any other multi-factor?
Yeah, why are passwords still around? What is the...
Well, because number one, the lack of standardization. So think of any enterprise today, within a single enterprise too. If I were to ask them, and I'm talking about like in any Fortune 2000 company, name any, what kind of authentication standards they use today, the answer is going to be disparate kinds. Now expand that to like a unit level, which is like a whole business unit, to like global enterprises, is actually only expands of that, right? And if there's no standard, it's very hard to really put that in play. The second part is like at the end of the day, which we were talking about earlier, the business versus this one, right? We have seen, and I will give you like real life example, where things really come to bear and we talk about, oh, this is very complex and the users will adoption, which is one of the biggest challenges of the hurdles. When the COVID hit in the US, we have this something called unemployment insurance. So a lot of states like, you were like filling unemployment insurance, and we had this Midwest state that was siphoning out billions of dollars all of a sudden because unemployment insurance, this is bots filling applications. And if you're in the public sector, one thing you should know, if I approve all this application and suffer millions and billions of losses, that's okay. But if I decline one legit application, the governor will be fired. So they had to, but they very soon realized this is not happening. This is wrong. And we put together this identity proofing and MFA solution, everything in what's 4 weeks for them. Those multi-millions came down under like 5 million or 10 million monthly. But that showed you the power of how much of that application of the thing can we not adopt that thing across the board. So again, really it's not so much the technology hurdles as much as lack of standardization, lack of governance, people adoption, or even, no, we have to do this. And then on top of that, we were talking earlier, right? I still feel like in a decade from now, hopefully sooner and much sooner, we will have this concept of universal ID, where I represent myself with that ID across the board to the whole world, and everybody knows me through that. And all you really be required is to give me authorization into what I can do or not do. But I don't have to replicate myself 100 times, because that's what I'm doing today. I have how many user IDs and accounts and stuff created. Why? I have one single password. That's how everybody sees me across all the countries. Why not my digital identity is more like a passport ID, which is seen across the board. Anyone who uses that, as long as I can secure that and make it like applicable. So I think that's really the biggest hurdle more than the technology adoption.
Okay, now, yeah. So to that point, so I think technology is there. I'm in agreement. I think the actual application will have to wait. And I think it's one of those things like every year, it's another 10 years will be there. Like IPv6 for the last 20 years, another year it's going to be there. There are many examples like that. I think the problem is not the technology, the problem is infrastructure. So standardization is part of it. But another thing is, and I think gentleman from Boeing, I think his name Brian, I forgot now, explained it very eloquently, is that when this thing goes down, everybody's denied. So I have a personal story, right? I lived in Israel for a few years, and I have this little card that I can order food with. There's no passwords, it sends you OTP. So one rainy night, something went down, I couldn't order my food. I couldn't order food for 24 hours. It wasn't just me, everybody who was using the system. That's really frustrating. So I think passwords and username passwords will remain and the recovery backdoor for a long time to come. And as long as we have this infrastructure, which actually plays as a single point of failure, we're going to have a problem with this, not because we actually don't have a technology to authenticate people, but because we don't really have infrastructure to support it.
I should turn it off. Now they're dying, it's end of the day. So it's very, very interesting, Gene, that you say these will remain the back door. I'm actually in places outside of US and some countries taking a lead. In passwordless, I was not only looking at the data online, but then I met with a whole bunch of companies. India has gone way past this. Any B2C application developed in the last 3 years, pretty much you can claim that 80% of those don't have a password. Only OTP, to the point that India's national ID infrastructure fully on OTP. Like this happened, so I was with my parents a few months back. My dad forgot his ID, he needed it for a transaction, and then he didn't know, and we were all struggling. The lawyer who we were dealing is like, don't worry, here is the website, you go to that on your mobile phone, click, put in your ID number, which he remembered. They send you an OTP because they have the phone number registered with the ID. So phone number is truly the ID in India. Gets an OTP, that logs you in, you get a barcode, and that's your ID. So I think it's a very good point that there is this thought process that password is the recovery, is the backdoor. But I think I'm hoping, and this is the big belief, that the new applications that are developed, I think the cell phone is an ID proxy to some extent. Biometrics is another. Between those two, you have a fallback. So I'm hoping that we'll see passwordless. But any thoughts you want to add, Steve, in the last?
No, just that machines are, IoT is pretty much already doing it, passwordless. There is an exchange of ID, but it's mutual, it's a handshake, it's agreed, it's anomalous to a PKI system for machines, but just let me get on my soapbox for 10 seconds. For as long as we have the passwords, can we simplify things? One of the biggest dangers, at least in an office environment, people, is this requirement for complex, long passwords that expire in 30 days. You've got 20 systems to log into. You can only use the password for 30 days. They all had to be different. And so I can walk around the office of most any client. I better not find it in my office. But just about any client I go to, I can walk around and flip keyboards over. And the password is written underneath. And you want to chew that person out. But why? You force them to do it. Maybe it's just me getting older, but I can't remember that many passwords. So we either write it down, or the other thing that I'm sometimes guilty of, we use the same password and we increment a number in it somewhere, right? Yeah, you just keep changing one of the numeric characters. And no matter how much or how complex you make that password, if it's 8 characters long, whether you're using alphanumeric and special characters and all these complex requirements, the standard benchmark computer that they use to test brute force is 30 days. They're going to crack that no matter how complex in 30 days. Yet you just double the field and use nothing but your wife's name, your dog's name, your kid's name. But because it's 16 long and it only has 26 alphabet, well, counting the numbers, 36 possible characters, it's going to take that same benchmark computer 100 years to break that. And finally, one last soapbox issue. Maybe I'll just be quiet the rest of the time. Everybody talks about it has to be something that isn't guessable. Yeah, if you're trying to hack me, what sophisticated hacker out there is interested in me? None. I've had 4, compromises on ID or accounts in the last couple of years. You know what? Every one of them, I got a notification from a credit union, a bank, a department store. That's who the hackers are after. They get this huge database of everybody's information. No one has ever hacked my password, and it's unlikely they will unless it's, the one with the nuclear codes, which I don't have anymore. But
You don't have the codes? Sure. Well, let me also say one thing, because we talk a lot about the passwordless and everything, right? By definition, single sign-on. I'm just going to make it a little more like 20 applications, single sign-on. Technically, you're not required to remember the 20 IDs and 20 passwords. You're only required to remember one. You did make things passwordless because only you're remembering for 19 of them, or whatever you want to call it, passwordless, and because under the hood, you could be anything. But one thing overlays on top of that. Until we realize that our database, and I'm going to go even extend earlier, it doesn't matter, you might have 20 or 100 letter password. With all the databases being stolen, including, remember the credit, theft like we had, you have to assume your identity proofing data is gone. I'm hoping that the biometrics data is not only, because that's what we were talking about, if biometrics in the future or not. So definitely you have to mix and match with the two. That is the reason why OTP is so successful in India. But complement that with truly 2 or 3 factors. Without that, you will not be able to do. The question is how easy or accessible those 2 or 3 factors are going to be. Is going to be the key determining factor. The security by doing the standard or traditional password policies of this and everything else, they don't want to work in the modern world. Especially deepfakes combined with AI. I'm sorry, your biometrics is already out of the top before it came to the mainstream. And I can prove you right now that those things. So if you rely on the biometrics as this is more sophisticated fashion of doing it, I'm sorry, you're living in the already past, not in the future. But if I really complement by the 2 or 3 factors, then definitely something happening. But this is now the other things. Your user ID is going to become irrelevant very soon too. Because you're going to rely on so much on device authentications and the OT and the edge use cases. You'll have to figure something out. Like the discussion we are having, probably in the next graph or some other discussion, we'll be talking completely different things. Now, what is that solution is something we'll have to start thinking about and start applying.
Well, I know, as we said, last panel, holding everything up. I think we'll have to close it here, but quickly summarizing thoughts. I heard the following words, and these will be truly words: complexity, emerging identity definition. We don't know what that is. Yes, we can combine different factors to create a simpler passwordless world. And then machine identity, which adds to the complexity and needs to be solved in a unified manner. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. Right on the money, right? 3:45, we promised that we'll get out. Awesome job, awesome job. Couldn't be a fitting look into the future. And so to wrap this up, an exciting day. I think you have probably realized that this has been months in the making, and we take Cyber Future Summit, which is going to be, I think we're getting close on the city, but I can probably announce safely that it's going to be in Canada this year. Okay, look at the excitement that Catherine has on her eyes, like it's wonderful. So it's going to be in Canada. The city potentially is going to start with an M. And we're going to close that by end of this month and let everybody know. So book your, start planning your, kind of holding the calendar for the 3rd week of September. We're not going to in October. We learned a lesson several times, but it's a very busy week for month for everyone for cyber. So we're trying to prepone it. It's the first time, 7 years in a series we have done in October. We'll probably in September.